Happy New Year. Let me turn this music down. What the hell is that? Oh, okay. All right, let's turn this music down and get this thing going. I gotta fix a couple things here. First, what the hell? I can't even hear myself. There we go. I'm really late today. I know that. Just things, helping Lady Boomer and stuff, and then I got myself for some breakfast, and I realized how much news there actually is that isn't. I don't know. It's not being. Well, no one's paying attention to it because it's New Year's, right? So I figured I'll just bring up a whole bunch of stuff, and since I have some extra time today, being it's a federal holiday and I don't work anywhere, what the heck? Let's do this thing, right? So, good morning. We're going to have a long one today. If you have time to hang around, great. If you don't, you can leave. If some other people come in, we'll figure it out. I don't know what happened to the first stream, so I fixed it as fast as I could. Anyway, I hope you're all ready for the show. Johnny, can you please sorry, I'm just rocking out here for a second. Speaking of rocking out, Rolling Stone is trash. Shall we get this thing started? This is kind of a jam, though. I kind of like this. I'm not, it's just a good instrumental rock tune. Johnny, would you please play the damn intro? We'll let this finish, though, because it's almost done. Yeah, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the Lucky Dog studio in a hidden location somewhere in the upper Midwest of the United States of America, it's a brother making his own way, but with all the wrong opinions. Welcome to the Morning Night Live with your host, the one and only P-Dog Knight.
Let's go! Good. Damn. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Morning Night Live. I'm your host, Marty. Oh, I got that stupid phaser thing on there. There, let's turn that off. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Morning Night Live. I'm your host, Marty, also known as P-Dog Knight on the internet. And welcome back to the P-Dog Knight channel on the official New Year's Day for the federal government. Yes, it is the 2nd of January, 2023. The first time I actually said that. I don't even think I mentioned the date yesterday, did I? But that wasn't a show. That was just a random stream. We just did a whole bunch of stuff and whatever. But today is the actual show on the Morning Night Live, and I'm glad you're here. It is Monday, the federal holiday known as New Year's Day, even though it's January 2nd, and welcome to the show. I have so much stuff here today, and I made this a Gunfox show. Yes, Gunfox, by the way, thank you for sponsoring the show. Gunfox61, you are the new Streamlabs superstar sponsor of the day. Dropping a couple Hamiltons in the tip jar. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm looking at this. Ooh. Okay, well, I might already have this one pulled up. We'll see. Oh, no. No, I don't. We'll add this into the mix. You keep giving me MSNBC articles. I do not compute. And then let's see, what's this one? Oh, World's Banished. Uh-oh. I haven't seen this one. There's a new list of words that need to be banished. Oh my God. That one might have to move to the front here, close to the front, because I got to see this. I haven't seen this one yet. Anyway, yes, those who control the language control your life, and apparently we've got some new words that need to be banished according to an annual list. So let's begin by saying good morning like I always do, and then we're just going to get right into it, because this could be a 3 4-hour show. I don't know. Well, maybe not. I'm not going to let it get that out of hand, but it definitely could go into the afternoon somehow, at least in my time, because, you know, Central Time, it's already 10 o'clock, and this will definitely go more than 2 hours. Anyway, first in the chat over on Rumble is Advocatus Diablo, who gets the bell. Thank you, sir, for helping me out on that platform. Again, remember, make sure that you, even if you're not going to watch over there, just open a window and show up and hit the Rumble rant if you can, because that helps over there. I want to grow that channel too. I think I'm over 100 subscribers there, but I'd love to get that one over 1,000. And I'm doing some things to work on that, but we'll get there. Also on Rumble is Mike Savage, Blarg, Simon Wolfwood, and Wild Saffron. Thank you for supporting me over on Rumble. I appreciate that. On YouTube, now we had a little glitch. I had the stream set up, and for whatever reason, my software didn't go into the right tunnel. And so it came out in another tunnel and opened a new show, but officially the bell on YouTube goes to Tyrannus Alexandrius Tremelich. Thank you. That was a pretty light clap for that epic introduction. But I'll also give credit to Chicago Mike for being over here too, because, you know, on paper it looks like it's Chicago Mike, but it was Tyre Alexander who was here first. Also, good morning, Mike Savage, Blarg. Redskin fans in the house. That is me. I almost said my own name. That's silly. Advocatus Diablo. Renee Mayette. Good morning. Also, good morning to TC. Nice to have you here. Gunfox61, the administrator of our Discord server and the exploder of heads from the guys who have the last name Johnson. Also, good morning. Let's see. Who else? Oh, I got to scroll for a little bit because, you know, I've been... Anyway. Oh, wait, what happened? What happened? Oh, shit, this thing went all the way down. Okay, let's try that again. We're going to name it TC. 61. Okay, here we are. Tyler F's in the house. Nice to see you. Select a boy. Why doesn't that work? Yeah, there we go. Boy. Also, good morning to DI Freighter Watcher. What's up? Good morning also to Jay Pylon. Also, good morning, Jethro Hetero, Rotten Corpse. Rotten Corpse, by the way, thanks for jumping on the stream the other day. I really, really appreciate that. That was fun to have you. Also, let's see. Oh, no, not the Rolling Stones tire. Not the Rolling Stone magazine is trash. Okay, we'll get to that. Also, hello to Keenan's in the house. Nice to see you. And I think that's it. Wow, it's kind of light today. What's up? It's a holiday. Why aren't people here on a holiday? Does not everyone get this as a holiday? I don't know. I mean, technically, I guess not everybody does that. But anyway. So, let's see. Okay, that's weird. Well, please, here's what you can do. Share the stream, whether you're watching on Rumble or whether you're watching on YouTube. Hit the like button. That'll maybe help Algo a little bit right now, especially on Rumble. Rumble, if you hit I guess if you hit the little plusy thing, the plus sign or the thumbs up, if you're watching on mobile, it actually works on Rumble. It actually helps you algorithmically. And then also, if you want to sponsor the show today, pdognight.live, right there. See that? pdognight.live. You can sponsor the show there, like Gunfox has done a couple times already this morning, or you can do YouTube Super Chats or the other stuff down in the description down below. So anyway, hello, Maddie. What's up? Welcome to the show, and I hope Ronan's driving safely out there today. Oh, does Ronan have the day off today? I do. But I don't drive, but I'm just curious. It's because nothing's open today. A lot of the places are closed. They're taking New Year's. This is their New Year's Day, because when New Year's ends up on a weekend, a lot of, especially the union people, get that, and union and government people get the next day off. So that's how it's working today. Alrighty then, shall we get into some news now? The only there's one interesting piece of the news that's kind of breaking, and I don't know if you know who Jeremy Renner is. Jeremy Renner's an actor, and apparently he had a snow plowing accident. Now, there's someone here, Marika. I don't know who that is. I can't sleep after hearing the news about Jeremy Renner. I'm legit sad and scared. Okay, that's, to our partner in crime, our favorite Avenger. Prayers to you and your family. Really praying for a speedy recovery. So anyway, apparently he had a snow plowing accident. And I'm confused. Now I don't know where Jeremy Renner lives. I have no idea. But let's see. Here it is in The Guardian. Jeremy Renner in critical but stable condition after an accident. The Hawkeye actor was plowing snow when the accident occurred Sunday. So let's see. Let's open the Guardian article. Except the Guardian, I think, is one of those. Don't they block it from reading their shit? I think they're paywall type place. Yeah, they are. Oh no, I can get rid of this. Okay, here we go. Jeremy Renner has been seriously injured in an accident while plowing snow on the weekend, which left him in critical but stable condition, a spokesperson for the actor said on Sunday. We can confirm Jeremy's in critical but stable condition with injuries suffered after experiencing a weather-related accident while plowing snow. Now, I'm confused. Was he driving a snow plow? Was he driving a truck with a plow, whatever on the front? Anyone know? Oh, that guy, I never cared what his name was. LOL. Yeah, he's the guy. He plays Hawkeye. I mean, I still consider him a minor. I mean, he's a recognizable face, but nobody knows what his name is, right? The 51-year-old, he's 51? Wow, he looks pretty good for 51. The 51-year-old actor has been nominated for 2 Academy Awards over his acting career, for Hurt Locker and The Town. Okay, I forgot he was in Hurt Locker. Yeah, that was pretty good. So he owns a ranch above Lake Tahoe in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The region was hit by a winter storm on New Year's Eve that saw 3,500 homes lose power. Much of the U.S. has been hit by blah, blah, blah. On December 13th, Renner shared a photo of the snow in the area on Twitter, writing Lake Tahoe snowfall is no joke. So here's the tweet he put out, and there he's got a vehicle buried. On Instagram, he posted several clips of himself behind the wheel of a snowplow, riding on one, nearly done with the sledding hill for the kids. So I'm wondering, I gotta wonder, did he drive the snowplow like off a cliff or something? What the hell did he do? So anyway, that's interesting. So, we hope Jeremy Renner gets better. One of the minor Avenger characters, as far as I'm concerned. I think Hawkeye was more of a minor comic book character, too, if you really think about it. But, so that's weird. And that's the only... I mean, is there any other... Let me check before I get into the regular news today. Things that are trending. Queer... Fauci files, Supreme Court Justice, obese, the Vikings, oh my God, the Vikings were brutally bad this weekend. But did he break the law? We're talking about his Trump's tax returns, I'm sure. I'm curious about this Supreme Court, this has just popped up. Supreme Court Justice just popped up. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has called on Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to resign. Okay. Ginny Thomas is going back and forth between her husband, a Supreme Court Justice, and Mark Meadows, the president's chief of staff, about a plot to stop the transfer of power from one president to the next. DOJ needs to subpoena both the Thomases. So they apparently they released some transcripts of Ginny Thomas before the committee, and there are people who are saying that the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has stepped down because of whatever her testimony, but her testimony didn't really say anything. It's just weird. It's just weird. A Supreme Court Justice who has to assert spousal privilege to avoid discussing his knowledge of an insurrection should probably be asked to resign. There was no insurrection. Shut the fuck up with shut the fuck up with the insurrection nonsense. But that's what people want. The fact that the wife of a Supreme Court Justice was actively plotting to overthrow the U.S. government is important news. No. They were attempting to find legal means to stop the count, whatever, and get the last whatever cases in front of the judges. Whatever. It's a political game, and FTG to all of them. All right, shall we get into some regular news now? The name of the stream today is California is Insane. And there's a bunch of new laws going into effect today in California. And Breitbart News has decided to highlight a few of those. And this is what I'm talking about when I say California is insane. California's crazy new year. 5 radical laws that go into effect with one on hold. Yes, Gunfox, I'm about to rant. You can feel it. You feel it coming? All right, this is the name of the show. And then I'll do the Rolling Stone, and then we'll get into all the other stuff, because I have, like I said, I have 30-40 tabs open. I don't know. Let's talk about California, though. California will see several radical laws go into effect Sunday, January 1st, which was yesterday, actually. But in all reality, it's today, because everything was closed yesterday, including a law making the state a sanctuary for transgender kids. Lord, give me strength. Here are the 5 most radical new laws, plus one that is currently on hold in the courts, taking place, basically, technically, for all practical purposes, today in the Golden State, with little effective opposition from a shrinking Republican legislative minority. Well, that's because they're all moving to Texas and Florida. This first one, SB 107. This one is insidious. Sanctuary state for transgender kids. This law, signed by Governor Gavin Newsom in September, protects the use of drugs or surgery to provide so-called gender-affirming care to children from other states where the use of such treatments is restricted or criminalized. It prohibits doctors from releasing information to other states and prohibits California courts interfering in child custody over such treatment. So, let's say you are a resident of the state of Florida, and you and your spouse are having a dispute on whether or not little Johnny should be little Jill. And young 12-year-old little Johnny, who the mom calls Jill and dad calls Johnny, mom basically abducts the child and takes her little Johnny to California. The court, and let's say there's a court order in Florida for them to remain in the state while they're taking on this dispute. The state of California will not force little Jill's mom to take little Jill back to Florida to dad to be little Johnny. They will allow any type of procedures done because it's a sanctuary state, because little Johnny has been told by mom that he's little Jill. And rather than going through the normal therapy that a child should go through, even according to the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, nope. California says we will not listen to Florida. We will not interfere in custody battles, but we will transition little Johnny. Oh, did I press the wrong button? Clown show. AB 2098, COVID misinformation. Now this is especially fascinating. This law, signed in September, requires California's medical licensing boards to take disciplinary action against doctors who are involved with the dissemination of misinformation or disinformation related to the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus or COVID-19. The law does not take into account the fact that authorities like Dr. Anthony Fauci changed their recommendations over time. So, let's say you're a doctor who's practicing medicine and you have a difference of opinion with the prevailing orthodoxy towards a certain Chinese lung aids, you can be disciplined by the state licensing board for practicing medicine. Now, it's funny because nobody knows what misinformation or disinformation is related to COVID-19 because the rules keep changing, even by the CDC. So, for example, the CDC now says, mask, optional, whatever, we don't know, whatever. But in California, the California medical boards are still talking about having mask mandates. Now, do they have them yet? I don't remember, but it's a possibility. Let's just say the doctor that you're seeing, your physician, the person who is actually practicing medicine, decides that, you don't need that shit. You can be disciplined by the medical licensing board for misinformation and or disinformation. Now, I think you would think there's a well, look, you would think there'd be a First Amendment issue here. But what's interesting is I don't think they're saying you can't say it. They'll just take your license away. This is fucking brilliant. So, and it's what's interesting, it's strictly for one disease. You cannot have an alternate opinion. You cannot have alternate treatments. You cannot have anything that moves away from the orthodoxy in California. Next, here's a good one. AB 2147, decriminalizing jaywalking because believe it or not, racism.
That's racist!
This law called the Freedom to Walk Act. Hello, Jaeger Pony. What's up? My favorite Canadians in the house. Nice to see you. This one. This law called the Freedom to Walk Act presumes that jaywalking is a racist crime because it's supposedly enforced unevenly by the nation's most left-wing state. In communities of color, where people supposedly cannot afford to pay fines. This law prevents police from stopping people who are crossing the street illegally unless they are in danger. Now, I can understand decriminalizing or whatever, jaywalking, right? It's a good point, Advocatus Diablo. It is a stupid crime. I can understand this, but the idea that it's because it's racist,
That's racist!
I'm finding great humor in it. It's funny to me. All right, the next one, SB 1375, allowing nurses to perform abortions without doctors. This law attempts to expand access to abortion by allowing qualified nurses to perform certain abortion procedures in the first trimester of pregnancy without the supervision of a doctor. This new law will take effect alongside a new provision in the California Constitution passed by a referendum in 2022, guaranteeing the right to abortion and contraception. Now, look, this one's, I suppose if you have to go get special training or whatever, maybe, but the idea that you do it without a doctor's supervision, I don't know. I just, no, just nurses, just RNs. But they have to have particular training. Okay, they have to have training. So I suppose if they have proper training, I don't know how intricate a medical procedure it is. I don't really care. But it's just strange. This is in most states, so this is not within the scope of your practice. And certainly if there's complications that a doctor would need to be present for, you would think that most nurses wouldn't want to go outside of the scope of their practice, because you could lose your license if you have a complication, you kill somebody. And there are complications that can happen during this. Now, I don't know. I just think it's a dumb thing to do. Knowing my wife who is a nurse and who's my wife's very pro-choice. I don't know that she would feel comfort in putting this within the scope of her practice. It would take a lot more training and whatnot. So anyway, how? Oh my God, AD. I'm just okay. Never mind. Next, and this is another one. And by the way, the one about sanctuary state for transgender kid, that was written by guess who? I mean, everyone. It's funny. This might be the most famous state legislator in the country, Scott Weiner, who's a very, very awful human being. He also wrote this one, the SB 357, which I was going to make a 357 joke, but I might get in trouble. I don't know. YouTube is very sensitive about shit like this. But anyway, decriminalizing loitering for prostitution. This law, another by state Senator Scott Weiner, whatever, Democrat, San Francisco, decriminalizes loitering in public for the purpose of committing prostitution, which remains a crime. It also allows those convicted of such loitering to petition courts for a dismissal and sealing their cases. Maybe they should, never mind, I was going to say they should seal something else. The law aims to remove social stigma of sex work. It comes amid a statewide crime wave. Now, wait a minute. So it's going to decriminalize the loitering for prostitution. Hello, Ranting Monkey. What's up? Nice to see you. Also, Asia Research Directorate, Damian Gershwin, and a host of many, many people. It's Wiener like a penis. Oh, okay. Well, Scott Wiener. He is a wiener. He's the one also who wrote the law about changing having sex with somebody knowing that you have full-blown AIDS, and having sex with somebody, changing that from a felony to a misdemeanor. That's that guy. Anyway, it says, so, but wait a minute. So the last line here, the law aims to remove the social stigma of sex work, right? Except the actual sex work is still a crime in California. So the sex work is a crime for prostitution, but the soliciting of prostitution by loitering in areas where prostitutes hang out, that is still okay. Or no, that's not okay. That's you can do that. You're allowed to loiter in places where people pick up prostitutes, but if you actually do the duty and jump in a car and then did I do that? Did I do that on camera? Holy shit, I can't believe I did that. Anyway, so that's those are the 5, and then the one that's on hold, state control of fast food restaurants. Here we go. So this is this is great. As reported last year by Breitbart News, this law creates a 10-member Politburo known as the Fast Food Council, which could serve for 10 years and would set wages and working conditions for the fast food industry. It has been suspended by the courts after a coalition of restaurants that collected petition signatures sued to block it until a referendum can be held. I would tell them to fuck right off. I'd close every fast food restaurant in California, but Now, and then there's an update on let's see. SB 1327 allowing private citizens to sue for gun violations. This law took effect January 1st. Though it was partially blocked by a San Diego judge, it allows private citizens to sue each other over alleged violations of the state gun laws. The judge blocked the fee-shifting provisions that requires defendants to pay the entire legal cost. Newsom modeled the law after a similar Texas law restricting abortions. That's going to go away. There's no way that's going to muster Supreme Court scrutiny. So how about that shit? That's amazing. All right, now we're going to just do, this whole day is going to be a lightning round because there's so much here that I don't want to spend a whole lot of time in each article, but we're going to have, well, Gunfox is trying to get my head to explode. Oh, wait, there's a companion piece though. There's a companion piece to this California, the one on the gender law. Now, this is interesting. In Reuters, there's this article about Reuters Youth in Transition Report plots to prevent children from detransition. So, okay, this is fascinating. So, for years, I'll start at the beginning there. For years, the LGBTQ plus community social engineers denied that detransitioning, the act of attempting to reverse often irreversible medical interventions and social transitions, most often performed on children, even existed as a phenomenon. They denied that there were people who wanted to detransition, although you're going to see a wave of them. You're going to see such a wave of them in the next few years because especially all these girls, it's like, oh, I think I'm a boy. And as soon as you say it, or I like trucks, and they're already, they're cutting off their, pieces of their bodies at age 15 and whatever. They say they're not, but they are. And then they come back and they go, oh, what the fuck did I do? I can't believe that I did this. This social contagion aspect of especially in girls, the wave of transgenderism, right? Well, there's going to be a wave of detransitioning, now, let's give an example, though, of how they deny this. So, NBC, for instance, ran the following interference to chill public dissent against transing children in 2019. Quote, stories about detransitioning often include misinformation, not only about the prevalence of transition regret, but also about transitioning itself, according to transgender health experts and LGBTQ advocates. Whoa, wait. So the trans activists say detransing is not real. Is that what they're saying? Coverage that questions the existence of trans identities can be particularly harmful to trans youth, an already a vulnerable group that has an alarmingly high rate of attempted suicide, which does not change before or after they go trans. But the funny thing about that sentence, okay, look, so they're saying that people who detransition or people who talk about detransitioning, the fact that they talk about detransitioning is harmful to trans youth because they're already vulnerable. So if they even hear about somebody changing their mind, that's harmful to them. So they want to squelch anyone talking about detransitioning. They just want more people to be trans, or they want it to be more, more acceptable. So anyway, now, the LGBTQ+++ advocacy group Stonewall, if you're not familiar with Stonewall, look that one up, outright labeled the detransition problem a myth. They said it's a myth. It doesn't happen. Nobody really detransitions. You see, until very recently, even broaching the detransition issue in public discourse was off limits because it was tantamount to suiciding vulnerable trans youth, a rhetorical trick meant to quash any dissent because transing children can't be defended on its merits in open debate. I agree. That was 2019, and this is now. The numbers of detransitioners have predictably ballooned in the intervening years, and so the corporate media is forced to address the issue in some way. So here's how Reuters addresses it. Oh, money either way. Yeah, it's double. You get a double dip. If you trans somebody and then you detrans them, you get a double dip. Okay, so here we go. Here's what Reuters said. Understanding the reason some transgender people quit treatment is key to improving it. Oh, you mean like lifelong medications and constant drip from where they cut pieces off of you or added pieces to you? That was kind of gross. I'm sorry. Good morning, Jimmy Das Hotep. Okay. Let me start over. Understanding the reasons some transgender people quit treatment is key to improving it, especially for the rising number of minors seeking to medically transition. Experts say. Let me guess. The expert is Alejandra Carballo, the S-queer from Harvard University. That person. That's a trash person and that hangs out with Taylor Lorenz and so and so. Many transgenders have said their gender identity remained fluid well after the start of treatment, and A third of them expressed regret about their decision to transition from the gender they were assigned at birth. You mean the sex they were observed at birth? Whatever. Some said they avoided telling their doctors about detransitioning out of embarrassment or shame. Others said that their doctors were ill-equipped to help them with the process. So the doctors are great at transing you, but they're terrible at detransing you. Most often they talked about how transitioning did not address their mental health problems. When someone and then they conclude, when someone does detransition, transgender professor of social work Dr. Kennan McKinnon says, it's almost never because of regret, but rather a response to the hardship of living in a society where transphobia still runs rampant. Really? So the drip, drip, dip doesn't cause people to want to detransition. The constant, figuring out that they're going to be on these drugs forever doesn't make people want to detransition. The idea that maybe something in their brain clicked and they said, oh shit, what the fuck did I just do? Doesn't make them want to detransition. It's just because of response of the hardship of living in a society where transphobia still runs rampant. He continues, we cannot carry on in this field that involves permanently changing young people's bodies if we don't fully understand what we're doing and learn from those we fail, said Edwards Leeper, the clinical psychologist and WPATH member. Wow. You know, it's funny. Why didn't they figure out that before they started transing all these kids? What do you mean if we don't fully understand what we're doing? Are you saying you don't fully understand what you're doing and yet you're still doing it? Good God. A little too late in a lot of cases, isn't it? You still don't fully understand what you're doing. I have 2 words for you. Fuck right off. I know that was 3. Anyway, perusing the Reuters propaganda piece in its entirety, you will notice the emphasis throughout on attempting to analyze the detransitioner phenomenon, not as a cautionary lesson in the dangers of pushing youth to transition, but rather a way to augment the transition process to ensure greater long-term adherence to the transition and prevent mutinies like Chloe Cole, who's a hero. This is Chloe Cole. I was born about 5. If I was born about 5 years early, I'd probably still have my breast. I would have been nothing more than a tomboy. Yes, young lady, you are correct. Anyway, it's it's so insidious. It's so insidious. It's so insidious. By the way, if you haven't tweet out the show, or put it on whatever your social media is. Share the show. Let's see if we can get 100 people in here. I languish in obscurity. I am trying to grow this channel. Share the stream. Tell people to come subscribe and all that stuff. Please. I'm going to be more adamant about that now because I've been out here in obscurity long enough. Let's go. Come on. Come on. All right, let's move on. Let's learn some words that are that some people want to no longer be acceptable. Thank you, Gun Fox. This is the. Oh, by the way, we're getting into the Gun Fox 61 section of the show because I've been neglecting the Discord server, so I pulled a bunch of articles off there, plus the couple that Gun Fox sent me this morning. And thank you again for the couple Hamiltons. Feel free to sponsor the show today, people. My wife is not going to be going back to work for another 6 weeks. Okay, here we go. Let's start with this one. And I haven't seen this one until Gun Fox threw it into my lap this morning. But apparently there's new words that people believe. Oh, there's an annual list of new words that people should be banned, right? Well, here it is. Goat, inflection point, and quiet quitting should be banished, according to an annual list. There's an annual list of words that apparently they do this every year. So for the love of all things sacred, please stop saying goat, as in the greatest of all time. Unless you're shouting about a herd of mid-sized animals. At least that's how a team of judges from Michigan's Lake Superior State University feel about the term, an acronym for greatest of all time. The university has released an annual list amassed from submissions from around the world, which highlights phrases or words that judges deemed misused, overused, or simply useless. Now, I don't need, let's just look at the list because I'm not going to read the article anymore. Here's one: GOAT, as in greatest of all time. Nominators and judges alike took issue with the phrase, with one disgruntled contributor lamenting that the terminology is applied to everyone and everything from athletes to chicken wings. Well, I suppose you got a point there. I get tired of hearing about the GOAT. Unless you're talking about Michael Jordan or Pele, okay? I don't want to hear it anymore, okay? Stop calling people the GOAT. Those chicken wings are the GOAT. No, they are not the greatest chicken wings of all times. All right, inflection point. Now, why do they want to get rid of inflection point? This, the judges say, is both overused and misused as a mathematical term that entered everyday parlance and lost its original meaning. Okay, in the chat. If you hear inflection point often, put a 1. If you do not hear inflection point often, put a 2. I rarely ever hear anyone using this phrase, inflection point. Anyway, GOAT is overused like so many things on the internet. Yes, it is. But like I said, it pretty much stick at Michael Jordan and Pele. Those are the only GOATs that I can, no, I can't even say, well, I can sort of say Muhammad Ali. I mean, look, he did come back 3 times, right? But, Mike Tyson before the, what fight was that? What was the fight? Buster Douglas. Mike Tyson before the Buster Douglas fight? Ooh. yeah, DJ. So anyway, I rarely ever hear inflection point. All right, quiet quitting. This is one that I'm already sick of because it's a stupid phrase. Quiet quitting, which some say means doing the bare minimum at work, which is pretty much every millennial and that's not even true. Was my son a millennial or is he Gen Z? No, he's a millennial. My son's a millennial. He's the last millennial. He works his ass off. He doesn't quiet quit. He works like in whatever. Anyway, all right, which means some say means doing bare minimum work, was banding about a lot last year. The term judges mused is trendy but inaccurate. In fact, nominators said the real meaning behind it is simply normal job performance. There you go. And nothing more than companies complaining about workers refusing to be exploited. Oh, they had to throw that one in there. No, I do actually know some people who just do the bare minimum to get by, and versus just even doing actual decent performance or even trying to perform to become better or whatever. But I get it. That's a stupid phrase. Gaslighting. Yes, gaslighting is so freaking overused. It's used wrongly so many times, so many ways. Merriam-Webster's 2022 word of the year, which the online dictionary defines as the act or practice of grossly misleading someone, especially for one's own advantage, became the favorite word of the perception of deception. But nominators and judges in Michigan argue the word is both overused and misused and disconnects the term from the sinister psychological manipulation it's associated with. Moving forward, and included for misuse, overuse, and uselessness, I suppose, amazing. Wait a minute. What should be banished? Amazing should be okay. Already banished for misuse, this overuse and uselessness in 2012, the word has again appeared in the list. Some nominators argue that it should be reserved for the truly awe-inspiring, and others simply felt it was a worn-out adjective from people short on vocabulary. Yeah, okay. Does that make sense? Oh my gosh, dude. So when I was coaching basketball, and I also did a lot of summer camps, we had one of my fellow instructors who literally said, "Does that make sense?" almost every time he taught somebody something. And it drove me up the wall. So I can understand this one. I can't understand this. Okay. Good morning, by the way, St. Jude dude. Nice to see you over on Rumble. Welcome. I hear quieting enough online, but never in real life, thankfully. Yeah, I've never heard anyone say it in real life. I've seen articles about it, about the millennials. Irregardless, yeah. Okay. there you go. Irregardless. You can yeet that one into the sun. Absolutely. You know what? I hear that one a lot from young people. Absolutely. Also, what's the other one? Every time there's a phrase young people use all the time, and I go, do they like, oh, perfect. Like, you drop something off, that you're at someone's desk or something, and they say perfect. It's always young women who say it all the time. Is that like a new thing? I don't know. It is what it is. Another repeat offender, first banished in 2008 for overuse, misuse, and useless. The phrase re-entry sparked angry responses from the nominators. Of course it is what it is. What else would it be? It would be weird if it wasn't what it wasn't. Another used quipped. Another said the phrase provided excuse not to deal with reality or accept responsibility. Okay, good enough. All right, enough of that one. I asked if that makes sense a lot, but it comes with the territory. I do use variations though, like how does that make sense? No, but no. But I hear people, oh man, I hear like people just use it every time they say a phrase, especially this, I'm not going to say his name because, well, not that he would ever be watching this, but every time he taught some kid something or said something, or, especially when we're doing like a group instruction, we're just, talking to kids, and every phrase was, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? It's like, it's got to make sense eventually. Come on. Anyway, all right, let's move on. All right, now I said this is going to be lightning round, but that one took a lot longer. Now we're into the head explosion section of the show. I never noticed, Monkey. I never noticed you saying it. So, yeah, the word perfect is the new thing for teens. The teen staff at my local shop use it. Yeah, it's constant perfect. You do something, you hand them something. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I'm like, shut up. It's not perfect. I'm just handing you something. All right, let's move on into the head explosion section of the show. Wait a minute. Is this it? All right. I'm going to pretty much just go through the headlines in a couple lines and we're going to move on. Transgender woman sues female-only app Giggle for girls for alleged discrimination. Now, this is an Australian phenomenon. An Australian transgender woman who says she was barred from using the female-only platform Giggle for girls has sued the social media site for alleged discrimination. In federal court, lawsuit filed on 22 December in in a federal court lawsuit filed on the 22nd of December, Roxanne Tickle, yes, transgender woman changed her name to Roxanne Tickle, claimed she was unlawfully barred from using Giggle. I can't do it. In September 2021, after the firm and its CEO, Sal Grover, said she was a man. She was a man. She was a man. The activist is seeking damages, a written apology, and complete access to the platform. And a guarantee that all the lesbians will want to play with her woman dick. Anyway, FTG, that's a fuck this guy. And I mean it when I say fuck this guy. All right, I'm going to move on. Thank you, Gun Fox. Yes, we're already on it. Next, Nancy Pelosi has raised the maximum pay for House staffers on her way out the door. So as a last act of defiance, Nancy Pelosi, well, here, let me just tell you. Let me see if you can figure out what's wrong with this, okay? Staffers in the House of Representatives, staffers, mind you, staffers, listen carefully, staffers in the House of Representatives will now have a maximum pay rate of $212,000 per year, thanks to soon-to-be ex-Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Who can tell me the problem with this? And here it is. Speaker Nancy Pelosi Friday issued a new directive raising the maximum salary rate that lawmakers can pay their House staff to $212,000 a year. The move comes after Pelosi already issued a directive earlier this year raising the maximum pay staffers could make from $199,300 to $203,700. At the same time, she also instituted a minimum salary level of $45,000 for House staff. Now, what's the problem with that? Oh, well, they get a raise for sucking. Yeah. Also, let's see, more than 4 average working people combined. Yes, that too. But what's the most glaring issue here? That means a staff member, one of your staff members in the House of Representatives, can make $38,000 more than the actual congressperson. Clown world. Now, I just don't understand. Okay. Now, granted, the average congressperson makes a hell of a lot more than just their salary because their per diems and travel expenses and this and that, blah, 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 blah. Plus, Nancy Pelosi with the insider trading and shit, she's making millions. But how is it that the outgoing Speaker of the House can make a directive before she leaves? Literally a few days before she leaves. I don't get it. Here's her letter to Congress. Dear colleague, as you know, our hard-working, patriotic congressional staffers are integral to the functioning of the House of Representatives, ensuring this institution can effectively carry out our legislative constituent responsibilities. To that end, we must do all we can to retain and recruit the best talent in our nation and to build a congressional workforce that reflects the communities we are honored to serve. It is my privilege as Speaker to announce that the House will raise the maximum annual pay of their staff to $212,100. This increase in the Speaker's pay order is consistent with the recent raise in the executive branch level 2 and senior level executive maximum salary annual rate, whatever I just said there. So anyway, she goes on and on. Look, first of all, do you think that if you serve as any sort of staff to anyone in the House of Representatives or in the federal government at large, do you think that that would be a sufficient stepping stone to the private sector once your congressman that you're working for either gets yeeted or you decide that you're tired of this bullshit? You can say, hey, I worked as a congressional staffer. Maybe I could come work for your lobbying firm, and there's no rules against the congressional staffers going and working for lobbying firms. So what the fuck? Why are we paying them more than we're paying the congressperson? I don't care what they do. I don't care if they're the lone staffer for the sweatshop running congressman who just too cheap to get other staff. What the actual fuck? I don't get it. Anyway, there's also wait. She said something about, wait a minute. I missed this part. Hang on. Then I'm going to move on. As Speaker, it has been a key priority for me to bring the brightest minds and a diversity of backgrounds here to Capitol Hill at every level of public service. That is why we have, one, raised the maximum annual pay twice. This is the second time she's done it. ensuring parity among employees of the House, employees of the Senate, and employees of the executive branch. 2, to set a first ever minimum annual pay for staff at 40. What the hell is that? Oh my! Shut up, Siri. Minimum staff. What? No, here's. Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna skip that one. Minimum wage basically is $45,000 a year for staff. Delivered a 21% increase in the MRA. What the fuck's the MRA? For the fiscal year 22 omnibus. Oh, ensuring every office has the resources to fairly compensate staff. And here's the last one. And establish an office of diversity and inclusion, helping make the House more inclusive and open and representative of the full range of voices and values of our communities. Look, dumbass, if your individual Congress people want to bring in diverse and people, staff, and this and that, yada, 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 they're free to do it. You don't have to force them. There's, you know what, guess what? You know, there are people of various racial and religious backgrounds in the House of Representatives. And if they want to bring in some diverse staff, there's nothing stopping them from doing it. You don't need a special office for that. Good God. All you're doing is spending money that does not belong to you. Good morning, Robert Banks, by the way. Making people's kids staffers are how they pay back favors to those they owe. Oh, yeah, that is so true. That is so true. All right. Oh, Gunfox, good God. Next. Oh, I have two articles. I have one from Legal Insurrection, and I have one from The Hill. You can read either one. Let's move on. What's this one? We already did that one. I'm going to just close that. You don't need 3 articles on that. Oh, here we go. Another. Oh, hey, actually, here's a court that did the right thing. U.S. Appeals Courts upholds Florida high school's transgender bathroom ban. How long is this going to last? We're going to see. Was that the office that gave her the slaver's garb when she knelt? No, oh, yeah, she had the kente cloth. Probably. Anyway, yeah, they didn't read up on that particular portion of Africa, did they? All right. A sharply divided federal appeals court on Friday upheld a Florida high school's policy forbidding transgender students from using bathrooms that accord with their chosen identities. In a 7-4 vote, the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals said the St. Johns County School Board did not violate the U.S. Constitution or federal civil rights law by requiring students to use bathrooms corresponding to their sex. And you don't even have to say biological sex. Sex is biological. That's redundant. But they say biological sex. There is no other kind of sex. It's just your biological sex. It's that sex. Stop saying biological sex. The policy has been challenged by Drew Adams, a transgender man who sued in 2017 after being barred from using the boys' bathroom when he attended the Alan D. Neese High School in Ponte Verde Beach, Florida. He had instead been required to use the girls' or gender-neutral bathroom. So, okay, you would think, why would he insist this person? I don't even want to say he. Why does this person insist on using the men's bathroom? Oh, does it make you feel better? Well, great. Some people don't want you there. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm just all 7. Let's see. All 7 judges in the Atlanta-based appeals court majority were appointed by Republican presidents, including 6 by Donald Trump, while the 4 dissenting judges were Democratic appointees. Wow. So it's they've made it a political issue. Oh, good God. Anyway, thank you, Cryptic. Cryptic is in the house. Nice to see you for a sponsored show, Cryptic. I appreciate the donation. Oh, Lord. Okay, here we go. Cryptic says, for 2023, I am writing an instruction manual on how not to fall from stairs. From stairs or downstairs? Okay, Cryptic, are we having some English problems here? I know, well, I shouldn't say that. That's rude. I'm sorry, brother. I know. Good God. No offense, hopefully. but you're a funny guy. You can take joke. For 2020, I'm writing an instruction manual on how not to fall downstairs for monkey. Geez, it has a lot of steps. Oh, I see what you did there. Good morning, Reacciona, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, you lovely island. Island of tropical breezes. Okay, moving on. What's this shit that Gunbox put in front of me? Oh, now this is my kind of article. I'm just saying, this is my kind of article. House Sergeant at Arms claims January 6th law enforcement would have been different if rioters were black. Really? That's an interesting hypothesis. I'm going to just give you this much. The Sergeant at Arms for the House of Representatives claimed that the police response to the January 6th. Hang on. I'm not prepared for this. Hang on. What is it, 5? I think it's 5. Insurrection on Capitol Hill would have been vastly different if the rioters were black. William Walker, who was the head of the D.C. National Guard during the insurrection, echoed observations from others in America that the law enforcement response to the riot would have been very different if the rioters were black. Now, I'm just going to stop right there. He's talking about, I'm an African-American child of the 60s. I think it would have been vastly different response if it were Afro-Americans trying to reach the Capitol. Oh, well, let's talk about that. I'm not even going to read the rest of this bullshit because it's bullshit. And let me tell you why. Okay? I think we had almost an entire summer of examples of why that is not true. Okay? Not true. Okay? Because we had a summer of love all summer long. Now, a lot of the participants in the summer of love were black. And for the most part, law enforcement kind of just, kind of in some ways let it go. In fact, there were senators. There were senators who were saying, we need more of this shit, right? There were Congress people. There were people all over. So we need more of this shit, even though it was burning and looting. Now, granted, I'm going to go back to a day when I would separate the people who participated in the mayhem of 2020. Because I put them in 3 categories. There were people, let me just get this off the screen because you don't need to see that. There were people out there. I put the Black Lives Matter events in categories. The first category are the people who were genuinely there to peacefully protest in cities around the country because of the brutality of police towards George Floyd, even though George Floyd, kind of put himself in a bad position, but there's no reason for he should have died the way he did. Again, I say Derek Chauvin should have been very least, the third charge was probably legitimate. His lack of situational awareness, not knowing that the guy underneath him was dying and not quickly enough doing ways to resuscitate him was as criminal. Now, as far as that being intentional, I don't believe it, but that's my personal opinion. But one of the charges absolutely should have stuck. Back to what I'm talking about, though. The Summer of Love, when we had the one group, they were genuinely protesting, right? They were genuinely there just to protest. They were peacefully protesting. In fact, I was down in Minneapolis a couple days after after the nastiness. We went down to go check out and make sure, my son's place was okay, he was fine, and went down Lake Street and saw people protesting. We stopped, got out of the car, took some pictures and took some video, and in the middle of one of the streets, there was a protest. Now, these people were out there just peacefully protesting. They were having speeches, and then at some point they would all kneel and pray, and they were quietly and peacefully protesting. No mayhem, no anything bad. That's one group of the protesters. The second group that was involved in the Summer of Love were people who just wanted to steal shit. Okay, they took advantage of the mayhem, and they were going into stores and breaking shit and stealing shit and getting some free TVs and all that, blah, blah, blah. They were just out there, replenishing their stock of big screen TVs and, iPhones or whatever. T-Mobile, whatever stores they broke into, and sneakers, lots of sneakers, lots of tennis shoes. Those Nike stores were getting their asses kicked, right? That was the second group. I call them the opportunists, the what is it? Fiscal opportunist, okay? And then there was a third group involved in the Summer of Love, and those are the people who just feel like they should go break some shit, okay? They felt like their way to express themselves was break as much shit as possible, burn as much shit as possible, and all that. Now, how does that relate to this idea that if the rioters on January 6th were black, they would have been a whole lot different thing, right? Well, if the rioters on January 6th were black. Oh, wait a minute. We have an example. Does anyone remember the example that I'm about to tell you? There was an attempt to breach a federal building during the Summer of Love. And what was different about it? Let's see. Does you ever notice there has never been a committee about the day that rioters attempted to breach the White House? Does anyone remember that? Remember that? They were trying to breach the White House. They set a guard shack at the White House on fire. When they couldn't get in there, they ended up setting a church on fire right across the street. They attempted to breach the White House. Now, how many of those protesters, which many, a large portion of them were black, how many of those protesters were shot? Now remember, they were fighting law enforcement in front of the White House. They were fighting with Secret Service. 60-some Secret Service agents were injured. Thousands of dollars of damage. A guard shack at the White House was set on fire. The President of the United States was taken to the bunker. And in fact, there were people in Congress who thought that was hilarious. Oh, he's just down there cowering in a bunker. In fact, all over Twitter, oh, he's down there cowering in a bunker. Now, I gotta ask you, shouldn't that also be called an insurrection? And if not, relative to the January 6th stuff, why not? So anyway, this House Sergeant of Arms who said the response would have been different if rioters were black. Yeah, you know what the different response would have been? The media would be falling all over each other, making excuses for them, and not calling them insurrectionists. That is what the difference would be. Next. And now, Gun Fox has given me another article to ponder. Of course, this one from MSNBC, and it happens to be the Readout blog, Joy Reid's Readout blog, but this is written by Jahan Jones. Now, I am not familiar with Jahan Jones, but if he's associated with Joy Reid, holy shit, we'll just have to see. Here it is. The feds have turned COVID policies into something deeply sinister. Oh, never had to compete with the news. In fact, post. No, it's in my lane. To be fair, the cheapest of the government shacks runs about $2.5 billion. So that's a lot of damage. Then they didn't do much damage to the shack. This fire was put out quickly. But yeah, did they shoot anybody during that? Did they? I don't recall anyone being shot. I don't recall any protesters being beaten to death, because there is one protester that was beaten to death on January 6th. You don't hear a lot about it, but there's a video out there. one of the women who died was beaten while she was on the ground, was being beaten by batons by the Capitol Police. There's video of it. And anyway, all right, let's move on. The feds have turned COVID policies into something deeply sinister. The U.S. seems to have forgotten about COVID at the federal level, except when officials can use the pandemic to restrict immigration. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Is this guy actually going to say that we're using COVID to restrict legal immigration or just illegal immigration? Which I know that's a dirty word. That's probably should be on that list of words that you shouldn't be allowed to say anymore, but fuck you, Stanford, or whoever came up with that shit. Anyway, here's how he starts. It's tough to say what the United States haphazard COVID protocol exists for these days, other than as a makeshift tool to restrict immigration. Interesting. Over the past year or so, the United States' ongoing COVID fight has been hampered by Americans unwilling to follow health guidelines like masking, social distancing, and getting vaccinated. Except the vaccinated are dying more than the non-vaccinated. It no longer feels as if there's a coherent anti-COVID message coming from the federal government. Well, because now it's endemic. So it changes when it goes from pandemic to endemic, and you just have to deal with it as an endemic situation, which is how the federal policy has changed. Anyway, lawmakers have refused to fund COVID safety measures adequately. What are you talking about? Which federal government are you talking about? And what do you mean by adequately? Holy shit. And the president, for his part, prematurely declared the pandemic over months ago. Did he himself do that? What year? When's this article from? December 31st. Holy shit. Is he talking about Joe Biden? Yeah, it's endemic now. Any medical person in the country is going to tell you it's endemic now. So you deal with endemic issues differently than you do with pandemic issues. But the U.S. is taking an entirely different, dare I say, hysterical approach to so-called health safety measures when it comes to people, mostly non-white people, hoping to enter the country. Oh, you mean like through the southern border? Oh my God. Oh no, he's talking about China. No way. Wait a minute. Listen to this. Gunfox, you're killing me. Oh my God. I thought this was going to be about the border. Here's what he's complaining about. Here we go. On Wednesday, the Biden administration announced a new rule requiring all travelers from China, and China only, including its territories Hong Kong and Macau, to present a negative COVID test before entering the United States. I'm believing that may not be accurate when he says only China. Unless they... Now, look, I know... The only reason I say this is because... Okay, I guess I didn't have to take a COVID test when I returned from Europe. And just before we left, so we left in September, we were supposed to take a COVID test before we left for Europe, right? And I think 1 or 2, maybe it's like 10 days before we were to depart, they changed that rule in Europe that you no longer had to have a negative COVID test to take a flight over to where we were going. So that was okay. So maybe, I don't know what the policy is, but here it is. Because right now, aren't they having a huge problem in China right now? And since, remember, this shit originated in China. So, anyway, okay, here we go. To present a negative COVID test before entering the United States, in a statement before the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, said the new restrictions are needed because China's lack of adequate and transparent epidemiological and viral genomic sequence data. Well, does anybody trust the data from China? I can understand that maybe. Good morning, One Rebel, by the way. Did I already say that? Welcome. I'm glad you're here. It is true. Now, then okay, wait a minute. So, again, lack of adequate and transparent epidemiological and viral genomic sequence data. As in, other countries have transparent epidemiological and viral genomic sequence data. That's the difference. It is true, China has recently seen a spike of COVID cases, with some Americans raising questions about Chinese officials' sincerity and methods of tracking infections. Oh, really? You mean the fact that they still say that they have the lowest infection rate in the world? The place where this shit came from? Oh, my God. On the other hand, plenty of U.S. officials have seemed similarly interested in downplaying COVID's impacts and obscuring the truth about its harm. Have we? Do you think so you're saying our records are inaccurate? I bet you voted, what's that chick's name in Florida? Rebecca something? The fake data scientist? Anyway. Hi, Jay Wolf. What's up? Unfortunately, the CDC's announcement is reminiscent of the travel ban former President Donald Trump slapped on travelers from China back in 2020. Oh, do you disagree with that policy? Now, all of a sudden, Trump bragged about the policy, and it certainly suited his administration's anti-Chinese bigotry. Yes, because no, the Chinese lung aids did not come from China. Okay, it didn't. It's just a myth. But as Thomas J. Blow, blah, blah, and Jennifer B. Nuzzo wrote for the Washington Post. Oh, the Washington Post? You mean the most pro-Trump newspaper in the country? Restricting flights from China did nothing to prevent the virus from arriving in other parts of the world. Well, duh! You're right. It didn't. Okay, and the entire world has it. So I don't know what your point is. Did it slow anything? I don't know. Probably didn't. You're right. Give you that. But anyway, so he's mad that. So he was talking about restricting immigration from China. Interesting. I'm surprised he didn't mention Title 42 in that. All right. That's the article we already read. What is this? Oh God. I am so not up to speed on the EPA and watershed and what do you call it? Wetland policy. This article kind of rolls right over my head. But apparently what is the WOTUS rule? Revives decade-old protections. The Biden administration today finalized its definition of which wetlands and waterways are protected by the Clean Water Act. The rule from EPA and Army Corps of Engineers largely revives the definition of waters of the United States. Oh, I get it. Oh, waters of the United States. I don't think we needed that acronym. I really don't think we needed that acronym, because it sounds like it would be a person, and because, POTUS and FLOTUS and all that shit. I don't need a WOTUS, okay? WOTUS is not a person. It's an inanimate, free-flowing object or entity or element, or I don't know what you call water. Coined during the Reagan era. Oh, that was coined during the Reagan era. Well, thank you. Okay, there's one thing I disagree with Ronald Reagan on now. Updated to accommodate the limits of Supreme Court has placed on federal jurisdiction during the intervening 36 years. The latest definition is an effort by the Biden administration to find a durable solution for protecting wetlands and streams, an issue that has been hotly debated since the Clean Water Act's passage in 1972. Through the years, the question has triggered regulatory back and forth, intense lobbying, and legal and political brawls among developers and agriculture and environmental groups. Okay, here, I'm not going to, if you want to get up to speed in this shit I don't understand. I know that there's been a big fight between the EPA and especially the farming industry and certain zoning and zoning laws and things in different states and cities, whatever, regarding this. However, it's not my area of expertise or even I guess it's interest, but not really. Hello, Rockhopper. Good day, Rockhopper. What's up? Nice to see you. Happy New Year, sir. So I'm going to leave this here. If you're interested in this kind of stuff, I'm going to leave it it'll be in the links at the end of the show. Remember, by the way, everything we go through today, and even the ones I may not get to, will be in a single link in the description of both Rumble and YouTube. I will update during the outro. If you want to go back and find any of these articles, you click one link called the one tab link, and all the things I did will be listed in kind of the order I went through them. And you'll be able to find each of these articles on a single page. So there you go. I'm going to move on because, again, this is one that's not, I'm not too familiar with. But this one This was interesting. We talked about this a few weeks ago, right? The Biden administration seeks to rescind Trump-era conscious protection for health workers. This is fascinating. The Biden administration is proposing to largely undo a Trump-era rule that boosted the rights of medical workers to refuse to perform abortions or other services that conflicted with their religious or moral beliefs. In a statement, the Department of Health and Human Services said its proposal would restore the long-standing process for handling of conscience complaints and provide additional safeguards to protect against conscious and religious discrimination. The move comes as many Republican-led states have enacted abortion bans or strict limits in the wake of the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The proposal released Thursday would partially rescind the Trump administration's 2019 rule that would have stripped federal funding from health facilities that required workers to provide any service they objected to, like abortions, contraceptions, gender-affirming care, and sterilization. Some doctors, nurses, and hospitals, for example, object for religious or moral reasons to providing or referring for abortions or assisted suicide, among other procedures. Respecting such objections honors liberty and human dignity. It also redounds to the benefit of the medical profession, the proposal stated. But at the same time, it noted that patients also have autonomy, rights, and moral religious convictions, and they have health needs, sometimes urgent ones. Our healthcare systems must effectively deliver services to all who need them in order to protect patients' health and dignity. Now, I've been through this before. You cannot force somebody to practice in any area of medicine. I don't care what it is. If someone doesn't do a procedure as part of their, as part of their job, or it makes it clear they won't do a procedure, now they can choose. So the Biden administration wants to force people to be, like, for example, a hospital, a Catholic hospital. They want to be able to force Catholic hospitals to perform or refer abortions. If you are in the need or want of that procedure, first of all, you shouldn't go to a Catholic hospital because they don't do them. If I'm a podiatrist, I'm not going to do heart surgery. If I'm a nurse in a physical therapy clinic, I'm not going to do toenail surgery. I'm not going to participate in toenail surgery. I don't even, oh my God. Now this is crazy. The 2019 rule was blocked by 3 federal courts and never took effect after a number of states, cities, and advocacy groups, including, of course, New York, California, San Francisco, the American Civil Liberties Union, and Planned Parenthood sued. So they sued to force medical people to do procedures they don't do. The proposal to rescind the so-called conscience rule was applauded by progressives as a key part of undoing Trump's administration's agenda to promote religious conservatism. The Trump administration was promoting religious conservatism? Give me a break. Oh, my God. Anyway, yeah, there's an FTG for you. A companion piece that Gunfox threw at me in the super chats. This year was devastating for women's rights. 2023 may not be better. This is an MSNBC editorial by Marissa Cabas. The year 2022 was, in a word, devastating for women. Are there any women in the chat? I know DI was here and Renee Mayette. I'm sure there's a few. Was the 2022 devastating for you? I mean, I suppose in the financial areas, it's devastating for everybody. But anyway, it was the year we lost bodily autonomy. Wait, no. That's such a lie. Hello, Special K on Acid, by the way. No. Women did not lose bodily autonomy. Okay. Bodily autonomy begins when you wake up and and continues until you go to sleep and wake up again. You have bodily autonomy. Now, is there bodily responsibility? Now that's the other part. Now, and granted, I'm not for making abortion illegal. But I think it should be should be restricted in fairly, I guess some would say severe ways. I think it should be restricted, but I think it should be legal, right? But it does not. The fact that the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade does not cause any woman to lose bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy is what you do with your body. Okay, but and look, abortion, whether you like it or not, or think it's to be legal or not, it is dealing with another body within a body. Now, granted, I'm not consistent. I know that I'm not consistent on my argument here, and I never claimed to be. I know that because in consciously, I think it's an abhorrent practice. But in a practical matter, as far as United States law, I'm going to remain inconsistent on it. Okay, but I think it's abhorrent practice. I think it's gross. Anyway, yeah, rare and legal. Rare and legal is kind of where I'm at. Okay, but there's been no effort to make it rare. No, I am a woman. No, I won't prove it. Okay, that's okay. There's never seems to have been an effort by the people who originally said, oh, they'll use the phrase rare and legal. Now there's no effort to make it rare anymore. And maybe that's my problem. It's just so prevalent and so gross. And so that's why I think, there are certain things anyway, I'm not going to talk about it because it's not my biggest issue anyway. But anyway, continuing, it was the year we became inferior in the eyes of the government. It was the year we slid backward. Do you have any other examples other than moving abortion to the legislative process rather than the court process, that women became inferior in the eyes of government? It was the year we slid back. Women have so many advantages in the law. It's almost crazy that they don't recognize it. But anyway, the U.S. Supreme Court's June decision to overturn nearly 50 years of legal precedent. Well, let's bring back Plessy Ferguson then. And no longer consider abortion a constitutional right, which it's not in the Constitution anywhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Sent women's rights into a tailspin. How? What rights did you lose even with that decision if that the laws on that go to states, and a lot of states are still keeping it legal? What rights did women lose? Sent women's rights into a tailspin. Suddenly, it was up to individual states to decide on the legality of this safe medical procedure, and also a what's it called? A optional, not optional. What's the word? Elective medical procedure. And with that came the possibility for legislators and judges alike to look at all manner of reproductive health care in a new light. Now it seems nothing is off the table. Well, no, I think Supreme Court, the only justice who even said anything about it was Justice Thomas, and he was just saying the legal reasoning behind certain things, not the fact that it would make things illegal. In court decisions and proposed legislation popping up in states like Texas, Louisiana, abortion opponents have set their sights on abortion pills and adjacent care like providing birth control and treatment for miscarriages. Really? Treatment for miscarriages? I'm confused on that one. Let's see. These moves make it plain that conservatives' efforts have not been to protect life, as they so often like to say, but to control women's bodies. No. And so they start families in the mold the Christian right is desperately trying to maintain, and to punish them for getting pregnant. No. Last week, Trump appointed a judge in Texas took on birth control, claiming a rule that prohibits healthcare providers from informing parents about their children's requests for reproductive care was unlawful. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. What is the, now, did they do it in Bloomberg? HHS birth control rule unlawful. Federal judge in Texas says. Let's see what rule she's talking about. A federal judge in Texas set aside a rule that prohibits federal family planning providers from telling parents about their children's requests for birth control. Related services, at least for now. Set aside a rule. Prohibits federal family planning providers from telling parents about their children's request for birth control. So, do you think maybe it's not about the birth control? It didn't say, what did they use? What's the phrase they used? Let's see. Claiming a rule that prohibits healthcare providers from informing parents about their children's requests for reproductive care was unlawful. The rule falls under Title X, a federal grant program established in 1970 that provides affordable birth control, reproductive care, cancer screenings, and sexually transmitted infections testing for low-income individuals, including minors. But plaintiff Alexander Deanda claimed that if, hypothetically, his daughters were to seek birth control under Title X, they would be violating his Christian religious beliefs of practicing abstinence until marriage, and as their father, he stipulated he had a right to know. So they're saying that you do not have a right to know if your 12-year-old goes and asks for birth control pills. And the judge agreed with Deanda setting it up so that Texas teenagers will have an exceedingly difficult time obtaining birth control without parental consent. Though the ruling will likely be appealed, it sets a precedent for other judges across the country to control access to contraception. You know, so they don't want parents to have to write any right. Now, look, most parents, and if let's say, I have a child, and I had a child who concerned about birth control, that's between me and my daughter, right? It's not between, and I should be informed, their doctor should be informed. What if they went to, let's say, your child went to Planned Parenthood and got birth control pills, but didn't have a full consult of their personal doctor, which might trigger your parents knowing about it, and you had complications from that medication that caused you some serious harm because your doctor would have known what those complications could have been. You don't think the parents had a right to know that before they went to your kid went to Planned Parenthood? I understand why parental consent is important, because kids are stupid. Okay, kids wouldn't know to go see a doctor. I can't read this anymore. We're moving on. But anyway, I'll leave both those articles in there. Oh, and now finally, this is the last GunFox article, and then we're going to move on to my stuff. I'm still on GunFox's stuff. This is crazy. The only large-scale movement targeting men is the one constantly discussing how toxic they are. Same with white people. Yeah, true. Doesn't control access. They can still give it to them. They just have to inform the parents. Doesn't say they have to get their approval. Yep. All right, here's one. A New Year's celebration turns deadly. A man died of a snake bite on Saturday night. The man from Tamil Nadu's Cuddalore died after being bitten by a snake during a New Year's celebration on Saturday night. Manikandan, in an inebriated condition, was playing with the venomous snake when he died of a snake bite. Manikandan was part of the New Year's celebration when he saw a snake crawling in the nearby bushes. Bystanders cautioned him against catching the snake, but Manikandan caught the snake and tried to scare the crowd gathered around him. He held the snake up high, calling it a New Year's gift, even after it bit him on his hands. Within minutes, the man collapsed and was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was declared dead. His friend Kabalan, who brought the snake along to show to the doctors, was also bitten when he tried to open the sack. Caliban is under treatment at Cuddalore Governmental Hospital. So on next New Year's, don't play with snakes. Good God. All right. I need a moment's break here, but I'm going to continue. So give me a few minutes here. I will be back in probably roughly 2 minutes. Thank you. I will be right back. I'm back, and welcome back to the Morning Night Live, or welcome me back. Yes, P Dog Night needed a break. That's cute. All right, let's move on. We're going to move into the I Found the News section of the show, now that we're done with the gun fox trying to give me high blood pressure section, although what I found is not a whole lot better. But we're going to try to do a little more lightning round because this is taking forever. So let's move on. Next, apparently Republican Mike Gallagher is talking about TikTok. TikTok has been in the news often. And he's saying that TikTok is digital fentanyl poisoning youth. Oh my gosh, that is such a apt description since both come from China. Republican Wisconsin Congressman Mike Gallagher compared TikTok to digital fentanyl amid efforts to ban the app in the U.S. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday, Gallagher blasted the Chinese-owned social media platform for the negative effects it has on children and teens in the country and the copious amount of data it collects. Now, let's see. Is there a clip? Oh, they don't have the clip. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can find the clip. I'd rather see the clip if it's not too long. Let's see what's here. NBC News, Meet the Press. Oh, this has got to be a long clip. Oh, it's only a minute. Here we go. Here he is, comparing it to, what did I say? He compared it to digital fentanyl. Oh, volume.
You call it digital fentanyl. TikTok, which is owned by a company named ByteDance, which is based in China, essentially reporting to and
now wait a minute. Whoa, hold on. TikTok is based in China, and he's criticizing TikTok.
That's racist!
Just saying.
However you want to look at it. But explain to why you call it digital fentanyl.
Well, it was FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr who originally called it digital fentanyl. I think the comparison is apt for at least two reasons. One, it's highly addictive,
toxic,
and destructive, and we're seeing troubling data about the corrosive impact of constant social media use, particularly on young men and women here in America. Mm-hmm. It's also digital fentanyl in the sense that, as you allude to, it ultimately goes back to the Chinese Communist Party. TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is effectively controlled by the CCP. So we have to ask whether we want the CCP to control
He's
what is on
hedging
the
his
cusp of
words
becoming
here.
the most powerful media company in America. That is very troubling. And so I was glad to see my colleagues in the Senate pass
This is bad.
in unanimous fashion a ban of
Don't be a
TikTok
pussy,
on
Mike.
government devices. I think we should do the same in the House and expand that ban.
No, the reason it is digital fentanyl is because a lot of the TikTok in the United States basically pushes a lot of the worst things in American society. Okay. Certain types of use of illicit substances. It is a big part of the social contagion that we're having right now in young youths, young kids who are being convinced that gender questioning and gender transitions are really something that they need to do to be accepted. It's almost the opposite of what it used to be. You were strange before, but now the adults are making you special when you have some way of creating your own marginalization. See, and it's something that, as a man of melanated variety who looks at this, how so many of the people piggybacked on the civil rights movement that, basically began in the 50s and 60s, whatever, and saw that, how successful we have been at becoming just a normal part of society, which is great. Okay. But also many of us exploit victimhood. Okay. Of the melanated variety. Hello, Bishop Woods, by the way. And TikTok is teaching everybody how they can make themselves a victim, because there's currency in victimhood, especially for young kids. If you are able to make yourself stand out as being special, and certainly every teacher does, because that the education system is absolutely making these people heroes. Oh, you're so the stunning and brave. The stunning and brave meme basically comes to mind. That there's no reason why you wouldn't want to be special, or the normal process of going through puberty is a hard time for everybody. And so now, even if you have a little questioning, well, first of all, the medical community can exploit that and make lots of money on it. Okay. But also you get special treatment, you get special victim status, and victimhood is a shield right now. Except for the, hey, dare I say it, the white males.
You're fucking a white male!
Who, in ways, at least in younger society, are the villains for just being. It's weird. It's weird to me. The whole purpose of the civil rights movement is to, hey, we can all be equal. We all get along. Let's all be friends and live together in peace and harmony. And we'll all drink a Coke together. But now it's like, nope. We got to make the victimhood mantle is just too strong. So anyway, I think Gallagher pussyfoots around the actual issue with TikTok, in that in the United States and Western countries, TikTok promotes the most out of touch behavior, the way to not be successful. Whereas in China, TikTok is promoting, math and engineering and making heroes out of the people who are achievers. And in America, in the United States, in the West, TikTok makes heroes out of people who are posers. So I think Mike Gallagher blew it in his description there. Moving on. Oh, speaking of victimhood and, well, I don't know what to call this. This is a liberal meltdown by another Hollywood actress. Does anyone know who Mira Sorvino is? Can you name a movie that Mira Servino is. Now, I recognize the name, and I know I've seen her movies. I haven't. Apparently, she got an Oscar for Mighty Aphrodite in 1995, and she's been in a lot of movies, right? She's a pretty good actress, enjoyable. Hello, Quippers. What's up, Jack? How you doing, my brother? Jack and Quippers are the same person. Anyway, Mira Servino, YouTube media, type media is the extent of my social media. I'm not on any other platforms at all. Yeah, I'm on a couple. I mean, I'm on a bunch, but I only actively use a couple. I use Twitter and YouTube for the most part. I rarely go on Facebook. I do have an Instagram that I post on, but I haven't posted on there for a while because I just haven't. Anyway, I got a lot of catching up to do on some editing. But anyway, Mira Servino, you remember her? Okay. Well, she had a little rant on Twitter the other day, and I just thought it was funny. So so did the Daily Wire. So let's see Mira Servino's rant. I'm just going to go straight to the tweet. Listen to this. This is well, just listen to this. I'm going to read her little tweet thread here. It's 2 pieces, and I'm going to ask you what you think. Is she Paul Servino's daughter? I didn't know that. It makes sense. Anyway, she says, here's Mira Servino, and I don't know what prompted this either. She did this on December 30th. Does anyone else feel shell-shocked? Hideous wrongs of our nation's past. Now, that's not a very good sentence, but it is Twitter. You got to truncate. Hideous wrongs of our nation's past we thought we'd progress beyond found footing as pseudo-defensible positions. Bigotry, slavery, white supremacy, colonialism, anti-Semitism, hatred of women, LGBTQIA folk and migrants as though they were legit. Oh, I see. Hatred of women, LGBTQ folk and migrants as though they were legit. We think we are on this inexorable climb to progress, growth, equality, only to realize that we are 1 degree away from Auschwitz. Oh, God. Wow. Or George Washington's thousands of slaves, the genocide of millions of Native Americans, or the justification of Harvey Weinstein's rapes. Okay, I want to break this down a little bit. Okay, does anyone feel shell-shocked? No. Hideous wrongs of our nation's past we thought we'd progress beyond found footing. Found footing as pseudo-defensible positions? What are you talking about? Now, let's bring this... Let's look at her list. Pseudo-defensible position. Bigotry. Not really. No. Slavery. Defensible. No. A fact of the past that went for thousands of years and ended mostly in the world in the 1800s, except for certain areas of the world that still have it, that just had it a long time ago. But in most of the Western culture, gone, right? Nobody's defending slavery right now. Nobody is defending it other than saying that it was a fact throughout history. White supremacy. Well, that's a phrase that should have been on that list of overused phrases that should be in the bin right now. But, well, they're going to milk that one out for probably another 10 years. And white supremacy, basically in countries that are majority white, is just the majority, and it's all it is anymore, okay? No one's espousing white supremacy, except for a few fringe nitwits who aren't very smart. Colonialism. Well, anyone defending colonialism? Now, did colonialism ruin the world, or... where there's some things that help the rest of the world, but the problem with colonialism is that we did use a lot of resources from places that probably shouldn't have done, but whatever. No one's advocating or even pseudo-defending colonialism. Anti-Semitism. Gee. Other than... well, there are people that seem to be in ways defending it, but I don't think it's very prominent. And boy, I get slapped down pretty quickly, no matter who comes to the table with it, right? Hatred of women. That would be if Mira Sorvino doesn't get her own way. That's because you hate women. No, I put women on a very, very even playing field, and I don't hate women at all. But you know what? Don't pretend that in every endeavor, women are the same as men. We're not the same. Okay? There are very many areas in society and the world and life where men and women are not the same, not equal, and it's not because of anyone saying, you're a woman, you're not equal. No, there are certain physical and variable characteristics in all people because no people are equal. Toots. Hatred of LGBTQIA. Well, no, but, and then see, I said no, but I added a but. So I guess maybe there is a little bit, but no, and I don't hate anybody. But I also don't expect people to, how about just leaving the kids alone and let people live their lives? It's not a hatred. It's stop interfering in my life. You can be in your life and I'm not going to hate you, but leave my life alone. I don't need any of your help. I didn't need your help raising my kids, and if my kids turned out to be that way, so be it. But I'm going to let them do it on their own and find out their own way instead of you trying to push them into it. Hatred of migrants. Nope. We just have too many crossing the border that are wreaking havoc on our financial well-being when we should be helping. And I don't necessarily think we should be helping these other countries fix their shit, but they need to fix their shit, and the people who are leaving need to be a part of that. So let's just send a few back. That's all I got to say. I don't care. If you want to come here in a legal manner, great, because then we can make sure you're not one of the thousands of criminals that are hiding within the millions of migrants coming into our country. That would be best. But we don't, we're going to protect everybody else's borders, not our own. I'm talking about the omnibus bill. And what's the last one? That was it. And then she says, we think we are in this inexorable climb of progress, growth, equality, only to realize we're 1 degree away from Auschwitz. Wow. Really? Okay, Mira, let me ask you something. Which of those groups are we about to put into the camps? Because I am very, very confused. What the actual F are you talking about? 1 degree away from Auschwitz? Interesting. And then she says, or George Washington's thousands of slaves. Did George Washington have thousands of slaves? What? Yes, a lot of the founding fathers owned slaves because that's kind of how the things worked back then. Not that it was a good thing, but not that it was relative to time. I guess whatever it's a fact. But I didn't know he had thousands. Anyone? I'm not sure. The genocide of millions of Native Americans. Yeah, that's a brutal part of our past. And, I don't know what we can do about it now. The people who came conquered and won the land, and which is pretty much how every country in the world was formed. Somebody conquered that land. In fact, the people who were on that land, some of those Native Americans conquered it from other people who were here, who migrated here over tens of thousands of years. And there's been a constant struggle for land and territory by all humans throughout the world. It's a brutal, awful thing, and maybe we've become more civilized as we've grown as a nation and a world, but can't deny the fact of the past. Next, and the justification of Harvey Weinstein's rapes. Now, very, very confused about that one. Can you, anyone in my chat or anyone who listens to this later, you can write it down in the description or not, excuse me, down in the comment section. Do you know of anyone on the entire planet who has written or spoken of justifying Harvey Weinstein's rapes? I'll just leave it at that. This is, I don't know what exactly, did he rape anybody? It was, did he rape anybody? Yeah, I would say that in a sort of coercive, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on your definition, but look, is anyone justifying anything Harvey Weinstein did? Clearly there were certain actresses who felt it could help their career to be coerced into what he did. And I guess coercion, I suppose coercion from a power standpoint is in fact, or legal terms, is rape. But can anyone justify any of Harvey Weinstein's actions in that territory of actions? No, I've never heard anybody. Except for Oprah Winfrey. Or no, not Oprah. Who was it? Was it no, I don't think Oprah did, or was it Whoopi Goldberg? Somebody was it Whoopi Goldberg? Was she talking about Weinstein when she was talking about, well, it wasn't rape? Oh no, she was talking about Roman Polanski. It wasn't rape. Really? Anally sodomizing a girl who you drugged is not rape? What are you talking about, Whoopi? Anyway, other than Harvey and Hillary Clinton, yeah, Hillary Clinton. Anyway, that little rant from Mira Sorvino is just fan-fucking-tastic. Moving on. Hey, now this is interesting. You probably haven't heard this yet. In fact, let me start over because I want to maybe make a segment out of this one. All right, here we go again. Moving on. There is a bishop who is supporting the January 6th detainees. Now, this is interesting. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano intends to hold a 3-day fast from January 3rd to 5th in support of those who are still detained on January 6 related charges. 964 individuals have been charged with crimes, many of them misdemeanors, related to January 6, and 465 pleaded guilty. Hundreds are still languishing in D.C. area jails awaiting trial. In a letter exclusively obtained by Human Events, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, the former apostolic nuncio to the United States, said, quote, "I hope that this initiative will find many adherents in a spirit of true reparation of the innumerable sins and grave betrayals committed." Interesting. "I can only encourage and bless this commendable gesture of penance to be accompanied by prayer. Above all, the Holy Rosary for the beloved nation, which I had the privilege of knowing during my office apostolic nuncio," he said. Now, I'm sorry, I butchered apostolic because I haven't read that word in a long time. There are defendants who are waiting at trials that have been incarcerated for 12 months. Okay, anyway, a year and a half, as the DOJ delays those trials intentionally to inflict more pain, Julie Kelly reported. She said that Biden's DOJ and the FBI are still arresting people every week. You have new defendants, new people who have been arrested and charged just this week, including for misdemeanor offenses. They are closing in on 1,000 total defendants, and the DOJ has warned that they are going to look for 1,000 more. Okay, so anyone who was at the Capitol that day, whether they went in or not, they're starting to arrest people for misdemeanor offenses of trespassing or parading. Here we are almost 2 years later. They are still rounding up Trump supporters, destroying their lives, throwing them in prison, and ruining their families. It's really tragic. Yeah, this is crazy. Many of those detainees are kept in solitary confinement in their cells in Washington, D.C., in a jail that have been termed the Gulag. No matter where the detainees are arrested, they are transported to D.C., where they will face trial, and the conditions of their confinement are facing scrutiny. It doesn't really matter what prison they're in, and they're in prisons across the country for indefinite incarceration. They are targeted, Kelly said. They are specifically mistreated. They're kept away from their families. They're kept away from their defense attorneys, which, of course, is a constitutional violation on top of the a few other constitutional Bill of Rights violations. So I'll tell you, this is Julie Kelly speaking. So I'll tell you, I just get inundated with stories, and it's almost impossible to cover because there's so much happening. And then, of course, you have people who are then convicted or take plea deals hoping that the torment will end, and they're sentenced to years in prison on nonviolent felonies like obstruction of an official proceeding. Vigano's call for fasting came in a letter today to attorney Joseph McBride, who defends many of the defendants on January 6 charges and has committed to a 3-day fast to bring attention to the detainees' plight. My job as a Catholic civil rights attorney is to defend the persecuted Christ every January 6er. The persecuted Christ every January 6er in the most devoted and intelligent way possible, McBride said. That must have been a poorly written sentence. Archbishop Vigano's example of outspoken leadership and piety has deeply influenced my personal life and professional work. As such, I could think of no better person to contact for support during this crucial time. Then he continued, we have been persecuted, canceled, and prevented from coalescing as a community of believers and patriots. In 2023, all of that changes. This period of fasting and prayer will be the beginning of our fight back in this truly spiritual war. Ali Alexander, who worked with McBride on the initiative to connect him with Vigano, and earlier this year was called to testify before the January 6th committee, told Human Events. So interesting that they're getting a major figure in the Catholic Church to perform this act of protest. I don't know how that's going to be. I don't know how that's going to affect anything, but it is interesting that we're starting to see people realize the human rights violations that are coming out of this January 6th nonsense, and the fact that they're bringing people to D.C. for a trespassing charge, and then putting them in and sentencing them to jail if they don't. Even on the plea deals, they're sentencing them to jail, saying, they're going to give you a plea deal, but then they put you in jail. It's crazy. Every headstone in the Veterans Cemetery is mocked each day by the J6 prisoners that are not freed. 100%. 100%. It's just insane. All right. Let's see. Oh, this is from last week. I'm just going to show you the clip, and you can tell me what's wrong with this statement by is it Senator Ben Cardin, senator from Maryland. Here's now it's interesting because it's accompanied by a tweet that says the First Amendment is one of the defining jewels of this country. That's the first sentence. But the second sentence is the one that worries me. This is a United States senator. It is not a free pass to spew violent rhetoric. I guess I need to know what he means. Let's see what video he put up here says.
If you espouse hate, if you espouse violence, you're not protected under the First Amendment. So
Is that true? Is that true? Espousing hate?
I think we can be more aggressive in the way that we handle that type of use of the internet. We know that Europe has done things. I think we have to learn from each other.
Europe has more restrictive hate speech laws, so we should learn from them. I wonder, there's something that we have in the United States that they don't have in Europe. And so I'm confused. I'm absolutely confused because it's something. It's something. It's something. Oh, I know what it is. It's the First Amendment. But wasn't he talking about the First Amendment there? I think wait, what the hell did I do there? Okay, I want to go back to him. Let me fix that. Okay, because I want to make sure that one's in the list. I was looking at my direct message. We have the First Amendment. Now here's how the Media Research Center, CNS News wrote this up. During a hearing on anti-Semitism Day, Senator Ben Cardin claimed that those who espouse hate are not protected under the First Amendment and called for the federal government to be more aggressive in its efforts to combat hateful rhetoric. Now, the federal government has no business combating any rhetoric, whether it be hateful or not. It's not illegal to use hateful rhetoric. And when you decide, okay, well, if the government's going to start being more aggressive in combating hateful rhetoric, what does that mean? And who can determine what hateful rhetoric is? Okay? Does that mean someone who says, fuck all white people? Is that hateful rhetoric? Or is that just something that, that is acceptable that you cannot use against anyone else? And I just use that as an example because I know a lot of white people are concerned about this because they're the ones at the brunt of some of these conversations right now. Senator Cardin serves as the chair of the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is also referred to as the Helsinki Commission. Cardin's website describes the commission as an independent federal commission that advances comprehensive security through promotion of human rights, democracy, and economic, environmental, and military cooperation in the 57-nation OSCE region. Well, look, there's a problem. It's human rights. One of those is to speak freely, to associate freely. And when you say associate freely, you can hate freely too. I mean, if someone hates me, I don't want them around me anyway. Especially if it's for something as arbitrary and non-negotiable as my personal characteristics that have nothing to do with my personality or charm. So, fuck them. They can go and be hateful wherever they are and stay over there. For all I care, I don't want to associate with motherfuckers. So I'm sorry. He said violence, but he used both of them. And violent rhetoric, okay, unless it's a call to violence, that too. Sorry, that's covered under the First Amendment. Unless you are actually, unless you cause something with your call to violence, just saying something shouldn't be illegal. Including the dickheads who are Holocaust deniers and all the actual white supremacists and all those assholes. Fuck them. But they can say whatever the fuck they want. There's not enough of them. Look, I want them to say it out loud so I can laugh at them and make them look stupid. So, just saying. Ben Cardin can kiss my ass. Okay. Up next. Oh, what was this? Something in here. I saw something in the chat I wanted to comment on. The only thing we should take from Europe is the way they do university, focusing on your actual major, not on all the extra crap. Oh, hell yeah. I'm sorry. The university system in the United States has become a huge money grab, it seems like. They get all this money and they have these huge endowments and they keep having to build all these special buildings and stuff because they got to use the money they get. Hey, I got an idea. How about just charging less and not building a new building? And maybe only having people take what you need to take for the profession that you're trying to get into. Instead of having all the extra electives, especially when you have stupid electives like, underwater basket weaving and shit like that, just so you can have a class where you got an A and to improve your grade point average. I know about those classes. I'll call it, although where I went to school, it was called Ed Psych, because everybody got an A at Ed Psych because the professor didn't care if you cheated on his test. And I didn't ever cheat on his test because I was a very smart guy, but everyone around me was cheating on their test. I'm like, you motherfuckers, this test is so easy anyway. You don't have to cheat on it. But anyway, just saying. Shall we move on? What's this? That's Ben Cardin again. Oh, I was going to check these messages. Hang on a second here. Because my friend, thank you, Maddie. By the way, thank you to all of y'all who are tweeting out the show. Let's see. Thank you, Jimmy Das Hotep. And I saw Maddie tweeted out the show and Somnambul Nation. You are all greatly, greatly appreciated. And in fact, I'm going to retweet because I'm on right now. And I'll retweet Jimmy Das Hotep, who tweeted out the Rumble link. And I appreciate all of you. Also, and Grumpy Hotep, right actually on Puerto Rico, sent me a message here with an article. What was this? It was related to something I already talked about. Let's see here. Oh, different point of view from Uncle Hotep and Hotep Jesus about January 1 so long ago. Okay, let's get let's listen to this. Where did I'll put it right here past Ben Cardine. Let's check this out. This is from Hotep's Been Told You. I'm not sure what the date of the show was, but let's check it out. Is this going to get me in trouble, Grumpy? This better not get me in trouble. Let's go full screen on this. This is from Hotep's Been Told You. I don't know what episode, but here it is.
Yeah, it'd be a different. Even Biden said it. Biden announced his attorney general today. He even came up with this BS. If Black Lives Matter was storming the Capitol, the results would have been far different. Okay. Oh, really? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Y'all right. It'd be way different. I remember all summer, y'all burned down city after city. What did the NBA do? The NBA put Black Lives Matter on a goddamn logo, on the goddamn court, in the goddamn NBA playoffs.
Uh-oh. Went on
they
a
made
rant.
Commercials. They made goddamn service announcements. It was Black Lives Matter everywhere. Every company got in on it.
Yep.
Every company.
Yeah. Big money.
Oh, yo, kiss my ass. Like, what the hell y'all talking about? It'd be way different. They would have shot. You know what really says? It really says you shines are scared as shit. Y'all don't got the balls the white man got. The white man said, fuck it, I'm going to go get me some freedom. We going right up in the goddamn Capitol. You know what you shines did? Oh, I'm going to get me some drip. I'm going to go to Target. I'm going to go to Walmart. I'm going to go to Gucci. I'm going to do all that. White man said, fuck that goddamn drip. I'm going to get me some goddamn freedom. That's what the white man said. The price. You heard what Malcolm said. See, y'all like to pick and choose what Malcolm says.
Yeah.
Y'all like to pick and choose. Malcolm said the price for freedom is death.
Yes.
The white man learned that. He know that for a fact.
Yes.
They knew that. The white man knew that. 1776, motherfucker.
I forgot about that, Red. That was a while ago. Okay. That's definitely going to be in the links today. I'm going to put that in the right spot, though. I'll put it right behind when I was talking about this. Holy shit. Uncle Hotep. If you don't watch Hotep's Been Told You, you are missing. You are just missing some shit. I'm telling you. Where was that? Let's see. January 6th. Oh, well, we'll put it right. We'll put it right over here by the Archbishop. So they'll be in order so that you can find that one too. Yeah, Uncle Hotep went off. That was for when did he do that? I remember when he did that rant. That was about a week ago, wasn't it? But yeah, the idea that it would have been different if it were black people. Yeah, there would have been a whole lot of. The entire media would have been finding ways to justify it. And I bet, look, not the protesting Black Lives Matter people, the people who were there to peacefully protest and their concern was an issue of police brutality. The come and break shit BLM people, I think there'd have been some fires in the House of Representatives or the Congress building. There'd have been some fires. There'd have been some broken shit. There'd have been some vandalism because the break shit people were part of that group. The January 6ers had at least a modicum of respect for the building that they were in, staying in the ropes for the most part. That whole story about wiping feces, that was false. That was muddy shoes. Other than the one dude moved a podium from one part of the building to the other, they stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop. But for the most part, there were some broken windows, but the artifacts within the building were not destroyed. Do you think if that were a Black Lives Matter protest and they got that far into the building that that a lot of the statues and paintings and everything around there, you think would have been damaged? And not because of the Black Lives Matter peaceful protesters. I'm talking about the break shit people, the Antifa and the people who out there that just say you destroy whatever's around you. Because I didn't see anything burning that day on January 6th. They keep showing that stupid picture of the flashbang that went off. They got the perfect shot of it, and then they darken the background and make it look like the Congress was on fire, when in reality, that was police munitions going off. That picture you see over and over and over. They stole Nancy's scotch. Oh, yeah, they probably stole some liquor out of those offices, but none of the congressmen wanted to admit it. But yeah, they show that damn photo like there was something on fire. No, that was the flashbangs that the police were throwing down into the crowd when the crowd was being too peaceful, and that got the crowd even riled up more. Because they had settled down, and all of a sudden they're throwing flashbangs in the middle of the crowd. So, shit. All right, moving on. There was a machete attack in New York City. What a transition, right? 3 New York cops attacked with a machete near Times Square. What? A suspect with possible Islamic extremism ties is in custody after 3 police officers were injured with a machete attack near Times Square on New Year's Eve. Oh my God. Cops were attacked at approximately 10:11 p.m. on Saturday at West 52nd Street and 8th Avenue outside a police screening area for the New Year's Eve festival in Times Square. New York City Police Department Commissioner Keechant Sewell told reporters at a press conference Sunday. Unprovoked, a 19-year-old male approached an officer and attempted to strike him over the head with a machete. The male then struck 2 additional officers in the head with the machete. Sewell said one of the officers fired their weapon at the suspect, hitting him in the shoulder, and he was arrested shortly after. 2 of the injured officers were taken to Bellevue Hospital, where they were noted to be in stable condition. One of the wounded officers, who had been on the force for 8 years, suffered a laceration to the head. Another officer who had graduated from the police academy on Friday was also struck in the head and suffered a laceration and injury. God, he just got out of the academy. First police job probably, and got hit in the head with a damn machete. Damn. I'm just saying. Holy shit. Ban machetes. Yeah, we should have a what is it called? An assault machete ban? I don't know. What do people use for machetes for in the U.S.? Are there still sugarcane fields in Florida and shit like that? I don't know. Did anyone here use a machete for work? I don't know. Yes. Damn those sentient and animate machetes. Exactly. All right. Let's see. What else do I got here? I'm going to try to transition this a little better from now on. Yeah, that sounds weird. Let's see. What was this one? Oh, here's a good article in the American Thinker about the Ray Epps saga. This is strange. And are they still, it's funny because now we're starting to get more information about his interview. Oh, this is really long. I can't go through this whole thing. I'm going to put it in the tabs so you can read it, but let me just give you the kind of the intro to this. So Ray Epps is a name that keeps cropping up in connection with January 6th, as you well know if you watch this channel for more than 5 minutes. There are a myriad of videos him urging people to go into the Capitol. Now it turns out that on January 6, 2021, listen to this. He sent a text to a family member boasting, quote, "I also orchestrated it." And he's talking about the entry into the Capitol. By rights, according to the standards the Democrats have set since January 6th, Epps ought to be sitting in a D.C. jail still without bail or a trial date like the rest of the January 6th defendants, except he isn't. Now, what gives? We're not going to rehash the whole narrative of Ray Epps' presence in Washington, D.C. on January 5th and 6th. The Revolver did a good job of that, and I'll have that linked also in here. Along with videos showing not just Epps in action, but also showing carefully disguised people, unlike all the naive Trump supporters on the scene, systematically and deliberately moving all fencing and signage that would have warned ordinary citizens that they were on land that carried heavy trespassing penalties. Now, there's a lot of video. There are all these masked people doing this shit. And Ray Epps up there leading the bunch. Which isn't that fascinating? It's just fascinating. Anyway, the video of Ray Epps, a tall, gray-haired man urging people to the Capitol that are posted at the Revolver, will suffice to show that Epps' behavior was open and perfectly met the Democrats' own description of what constitutes a insurrection. Hello, Hig. And I'm not agreeing with their definitions. I'm just saying that Epps meets their definition. What is truly bizarre is affirmative disinterest that the Democrats and the FBI, but I repeat myself, are showing in Epps. And by affirmative, I mean that despite the FBI having him on its radar, it erased him entirely from the consideration, while the January 6th committee called him a good guy. And this is a little clip from the Revolver. As we explained in detail in our previous report, the FBI originally put Ray Epps' face on its Capitol Violence Most Wanted list on January 8th, 2021, just 2 days after January 6th. They offered a cash reward for information leading to his arrest. In fact, rank-and-file FBI agents initially deemed Epps' role as an apparent riot organizer so important that they named him Suspect number 16, one of the first 20 high-profile FBI targets in a database now packed with more than 500 suspects. Then, 6 months later, on June 30th, 2021, both Revolver News and the New York Times published inconvenient stories that encouraged a more aggressive interrogation of the Ray Epps third rail, leading reasonable people to wonder why this publicly identified man on the most wanted list still had no charges filed against him. The FBI responded to these important media stories the very next day, but their response was to quietly purge all online Ray Epps files from their website, then switch to a posture of, what? Who? Ray Epps? Never heard of him. And then there's Adam Kinzinger, January 2022, tweet essentially saying Epps was a good guy. Listen to this. He didn't enter the Capitol on January 6th and was removed from the most wanted list because apparently he broke no laws. I'm pretty sure the FBI wouldn't be dumb enough to put their own agent on a wanted list. Whoa, wait a minute. Did anyone say he was an agent? Interesting. Ray Epps has cooperated with the January 6th committee, and we thank him. Well, that's strange. Stranger yet is what emerged a couple days ago when Ray Epps' testimony before the House January 6th committee was finally made public. It turned out that on January 6th, he boasted to his nephew that he orchestrated the Capitol riot. There's only one January 6th protester that Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney will defend. It's Ray Epps, the very guy urging people to go inside the Capitol, who later admitted he orchestrated the event. So how did Epps become the January 6th committee's favorite insurrectionist? And here it is. So he's writing to his nephew or something. Epps something. What's it say? Here, let's make this a little bit bigger here. I will have this in the links too, of course, because that's how I do. If this ever pops up, there we go. Here's this is from the transcript of the January 6th committee. So he says something Dahlen. Who's Dahlen Epps, first of all? He asked you how do you pronounce Dahlen's name? Dahlen. Who is Dahlen Epps, first of all? He's my nephew. He's 28 years old. Okay. And can we scroll down just a little bit to the middle of the page? All right, perfect. It sure looks around 9 a.m. Your nephew texts you and Jim be safe. And then at 2:12 p.m. on January 6th, you text back, I was in front with a few others. I orchestrated it. Now, obviously, this is not the full context of it. And people are saying, oh, you're taking that out of context, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, Ray Epps was, this is Stephen Horn, Ray Epps was near the front of the line from the very beginning. of the riot when he was whispering to Ryan Samsel's ear and when he helped push a large metal sign into the police line for which others have been charged with felonies. No, I didn't know what was going on. Wait a minute. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get this. What the hell? Where did that go? Oh, I see. There we go. One of the most outlandish exchanges involves Epps being asked about a text he sent himself on January 6th. Quote, "I was in the front with a few others. I also orchestrated it." Committee staffers then basically feed to Epps how he should answer the question. Okay, here it is. Listen to this. We're going to read this and then I'm going to move on. But this is the really weird part about this, okay? So these are the congressional critters questioning him. He says, so it looks like around 9 a.m., your nephews text you, "You and Jim be safe." And then at 2:12 p.m. on January 6th, you text back, "I was in the front with a few others. I orchestrated it." Now, this is the exact same time of the video that I just played. Help us understand this text. What did you mean by orchestrated? What did you orchestrate? And his answer, I just meant that you have to understand our relationship, uncle-nephew. We hunt together. We fun with each other. We do all that kind of stuff. What I meant by orchestrate, I helped get people there. At this point, I didn't know that they were breaking into the Capitol. I didn't know windows had been broken. I didn't know anybody was in the Capitol. If I answered him, that means I was, at 2:12, I was on my way back to the hotel room. Interesting, because he was right there when they were breaching the gates. Then the next question. Listen to how they, this is a Democrat asking the questions, by the way. Well, it's the January 6th committee, so of course it's a Democrat or basically anti-Trump people. Okay, so at this point, you're now away from the Capitol complex. Interesting. Instead of saying, at this point, where are you? No, he's there. Maybe they're just clarifying. He says, exactly. Question. All right. And when you say, "I was in front with a few others," what time are you referring to? What are you referring to? I was in front with a few others, because he said I was in front with a few others. I orchestrated it. His answer, I was in the front. I guess I'm just trying to understand his question. I guess what we would like to understand is, why are you telling your nephew this at this time? His answer, I was pretty proud that we were all there. I mean, I wasn't proud of some people, but for the majority of the people there, they were pretty peace-loving people. I mean, they were like me. The atmosphere was good, except those people that were trying to take it in a different direction. Really? Like into the Capitol, Mr. Epps? Or you mean like breaching those barriers right after you talked to the guy, you know, like as soon as you whispered in his ear and all of a sudden all the guys breached the barrier? Interesting. Next question. And the people that were trying to take it in a different direction, were these the type of people that you were talking to de-escalate throughout the morning and on January 5th? De-escalate? How is urging people to go in to the Capitol de-escalating? Answer, right. The same type of people on January 5th as well. We have video. Question, going back to walking up to the platform, I want to make sure I understand. Did you go up the stairs at all? And then the continuing question, Mr. Epps, I work with somebody on the committee staff. Thanks again for being here. Oh, this is a whole different question. I don't know why they changed these lines here. This is a different here it is. Mr. Epps, I work with the committee staff. Thanks again for being here. I just want to understand a little bit more about your use of the word orchestrated. Now here, listen to this. This is someone who's trying to tell him what to say. I want to understand a little more about your use of the word orchestrated. It sounds to me like at that point when you sent this text, you had turned away in part because of seeing some things that you didn't agree with and were moving back to your hotel. Is that right? Like when you sent this, you were already on your way away from the Capitol because of concerns of people taking it in a different direction? Answer, right. But you use the word orchestrate. It's almost like you're sort of taking some ownership over it, whatever it is. So I'm trying to understand why the word orchestrated was used, because it sounds like you're sort of adopting the whole thing, including the stuff that you were walking away from. Answer, it was me being, how do you say, you would have to understand the relationship between me and my nephew. It's just, yeah, I took credit for it, but I didn't know what I was taking credit for. Wow. So anyway, the rest of this article goes into a lot more detail. And as they're reading through this, but there's a whole lot of a lot more testimony and stuff in here. So I highly encourage you to read it. It's very entertaining at best and criminal at worst. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go to 1 o'clock my time, so I'm going to continue here. I should be able to get through most of this. I'm doing a bad job of doing lightning round, but some of this is just so interesting. You know what I mean? By the way, just a reminder, the Morning Night Live is sponsored by you, the viewers of the Morning Night Live. Please, 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 while you're thinking about it, because I'm not ending for a while, hit the like button. If you like what we're doing, you're still here, so you must like it. So hit the like button, share the stream. We're still in the middle of it. If you're on Rumble, do the same. Hit the Rumble plusy sign. I don't know how, there's not a whole lot of people over there, but here's what you can do me a favor. Maybe I'll put a link in the chat. I definitely want you to go check it out on Rumble too, and go hit the plusy sign over there. That really helps there. At YouTube, I don't know. They don't like me on YouTube, but Rumble, I have a clean slate. So it does help to go over there and do that. And in fact, here, let's put the link in. I'll put the link in the chat. I don't even know if this is allowed. We'll see. Just click a link, go over there, hit the plusy sign, and come back. Or you can stay there because it's the same show, no matter which one you're watching it on. And then finally, if you're watching a replay, what do you think about some of this stuff? Put a comment in the comment section. What the hell is this? Okay. That's the Revolver article from December 18th, 2021. That'll be in the links too. Did I miss anything? Oh, sponsors show, PDogNight.live. I appreciate all of you who sponsor the show, Gunfox and Cryptic so far, but yeah, and I think Tyler Alexander too. No, not today. Well, that's okay. You don't have to every day. But yeah, if you can, it's definitely helpful when you do that. So, all right, let's move on. There's been an update in the McCloskey case. Now, if you don't remember the McCloskeys, who live in the St. Louis area, they had some protesters come into their gated community and were protesting out in front of their house. And the McCloskeys decided to leave their abode. At least they didn't leave their property, but they did leave their abode and flashed certain tools of projectile function in the direction of some of the protesters, saying, "Do not come near our house, or we might have to use these machines that have projectile function." And so now there's an update in the case because the governor of the state of Missouri pardoned them. They were charged with some shit. Then the governor said, fuck it, we're not even going to go through this case. I'm going to pardon you. But apparently they are still not entitled to have their guns returned after the pardon. Now, this is a fascinating case. In the summer of 2020, when burning, looting, and murdering mobs were rampaging in Democrat-run cities and states, the McCloskeys infamously stood firm outside the St. Louis residents for protecting their property with firearms. The McCloskeys were indicted on 2 felony counts in October 2020, pleaded guilty in June 2021 to misdemeanor charges, and agreed to surrender weapons used in the incident, and they were pardoned by Governor Mike Parsons, a Republican in Missouri. Now, following this chain of events, the McCloskey sued to have their weapons returned and their fines remitted. Well, a judge ruled this week that the pardon does not have bearing on the plea deal. This is interesting. Here it is from Fox News. A Missouri judge ruled this week that Mark and Patricia McCloskey are not entitled to get their weapons back or have their fines remitted because they were pardoned by the governor after pleading guilty to misdemeanor charges last year. The McCloskeys pleaded guilty to fourth-degree assault and second-degree harassment, both misdemeanors connected with a standoff with protests in 2020. Now, I'm confused. I guess they agreed to give up the weapons that the actual weapons they had that day, but I think they didn't give up the right to own weapons or whatever. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see what the article says. Let's see. Now, so Mark McCloskey brought a lawsuit last year in which he alleged the couple was entitled to the Colt AR-15 rifle and the Bryco .380 caliber they were forced to surrender after their plea deal, and the roughly $2,750 they were ordered to pay. Okay, so it is the particular weapons, because they were able to purchase new weapons. Now, the couple was pardoned by Missouri Governor Mike Parson, a Republican, after they pleaded guilty. Circuit Judge Joan Moriarty ruled Wednesday that the pardon had no bearing on the plea agreement. Quote, plaintiff and his wife are required to follow through with their end of the bargain, she wrote. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch has more. Mark McCloskey said he plans to appeal. We'll see what the Court of Appeals has to say, he said. On Wednesday, Moriarty wrote that the pardon does not change the terms of a plea agreement. That's interesting. I've never heard of that. So anyway, they want those particular weapons back. I know that they went out and bought new weapons after they surrendered those, but they want those weapons back. I suppose, I don't know why. Maybe they want to sell them on eBay or something. I don't know. Mark McCloskey makes plenty of money, so who knows why he wants those particular weapons back. I'd just say fuck it. But again, they're their weapons. They want them back. I don't blame them. All right, let's see. This one, let's see. This was a misdemeanor. Only a felony conviction would prohibit the return of the firearms. Well, part of their plea agreement, though, was to give up those two weapons, but they weren't asking to. They weren't prohibited from owning weapons, but just those two particular weapons. My thought would be, though, if the governor pardons you, a pardon basically wipes that slate clean. So why would the plea deal still be in effect? I don't understand. I suppose the governor could go back and declare the plea deal agreement pardon too, but I don't understand how the judge would say, well, no, if a pardon, wouldn't that just completely wipe the slate clean, including the entire plea deal? Because there would be no if you get a pardon, then there are no charges. You know what I mean? Your charges are gone, so there's nothing to give a plea deal to. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Tyler Alexander, for sponsoring the show. Thank you very much. Who says, alms for P-Dog Night, shekels for my favorite show. Here's to a fantastic new year. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. And you are a gentleman and a scholar. And I hope your writing's going well. Tyler's writing a book. He's at about 60,000 words, and he's going for 110. And actually, I'm looking forward to hearing about this as you progress. So good for Tyler. So, all right, let's see. Oh, so were we talking about this? There was some kind of banning of natural gas somewhere. I saw this article and I wanted to see what it was about. I haven't read it yet. As the left sacrifices natural gas at the altar of climate nirvana, Americans freeze to death. So the just departed polar vortex confirmed that when Mother Nature is enraged, it's wise to have options. Maddeningly, today's pro-choice Democrats want Americans to have one energy choice. Neo-totalitarian left-wing eco-extremists are banning new natural gas access in scores of locales. If not reversed, this cruel, stupid, needless policy will kill Americans. So remember, California, I think, is going to be banning natural gas, I think by 2040 or 2035 or something like that. Now, granted, most of California, climate-wise, you could probably get away with electric heat or whatever they do out there. But natural gas in the Midwest, that's the one, either natural gas or what's the other one? Propane. A lot of people use propane in rural areas. those are the two most popular ways of heating homes in the Midwest. It's not like in the East where they use heating oil and whatever they use. In the Midwest, it's natural gas is king, especially in climates like Minnesota where, it gets cold all the time, although I suppose it does in the Northeast too. Anyway, the Christmas time deep freeze that transformed much of the U.S. into the North Pole illustrates the deadly folly of forcing citizens to rely solely on an increasingly fragile electric grid, Plan A, while blocking natural gas as a secondary energy source. The root cause of our grid's reliability problems is simple, explains Fossil Future author Alex Epstein. America's shutting down too many reliable power plants and replacing them with inconsistent solar and wind facilities. Naturally, environment know-it-alls hate natural gas, a fossil fuel. To them, gas is like cyanide. So they have canceled pipelines in New England and scotched new residential and commercial hookups and gas appliances in Los Angeles. You can't even use a gas stove in your house in LA. They won't let you build new ones, which I tell you what, I hate cooking on electric stoves. I prefer fire, okay? Natural gas is fire. And it's so much more adjustable quickly, and I love using my natural gas stove and dryer and everything else. Anyway, they canceled pipelines in New England, scotched new residential and commercial hookups and gas appliances in Los Angeles, New York City, and San Francisco, and at least 74 other cities. Holy shit. Those with electricity and natural gas enjoy two kinds of energy for heating, cooling, charging, etc. If the gasophobes prevail, millions more Americans will have electricity but no natural gas. That's cute until an electrical outage occurs, and then welcome to the 19th century. You better have some nice fireplace and a good stack of firewood and everyone huddled in one room. Now, the Yuletide polar vortex saw temperatures plunge below zero from the Rockies to the Great Lakes, coupled by power failure. This became a death sentence for Americans who froze in their unheated residence. At least 9 New Yorkers in Erie County, Buffalo, suffered this miserable demise. Up to 146 Texans similarly perished in February's 2021 frigid epic snafu. Those cursed with Plan A similarly would be condemned by the left to freeze and starve. Those with both choices could ignore the non-functioning electric appliances and either activate gas heaters to stay warm and alive, or at least use their gas stoves to cook meals and boil pots of water to steam the chill away. So, and then they go on and on about this. But yeah, it's crazy that some of these places are starting to ban natural gas, which is actually one of the cleanest of the fossil fuels. I'm just saying, although I think propane is supposed to be cleaner, but they're not banning propane yet, but just wait, that's next. All right, let's see. This is a quick hit. Texas Border Patrol apprehends 266,000 migrants in 2 months. Now, one of the mantras of the Biden administration and all who defend it are saying, well, the border crisis isn't that bad. I mean, this means they're apprehending more people than even the Trump administration. Okay, apprehend is an interesting concept when they apprehend and then still release them into the country instead of apprehend and send them back. U.S. Border Patrol agents in 5 Texas border sectors have apprehended a stunning 266,000 plus illegal migrants in just October and November, the first 2 months of the fiscal year 2023. 100,561 of the migrants were arrested in the El Paso sector alone. El Paso Sector Chief Patrol Agent Peter Yaquez noted that the number of apprehensions up 260% from the same time last year is increasing instead of decreasing. Another 50,000 migrants are estimated to have been apprehended in December just in the El Paso sector, meaning that a sobering 266,000 number will exceed 300,000 over a 3-month period, even without numbers from other sectors. Just in one sector! A recent report noted that America's 2022 population growth was largely driven by immigration, particularly illegal immigration, with numbers coming out of Texas. It's no wonder. So the liars are telling you that it's not a crisis. It's not a crisis. It's not a crisis. Who's housing, feeding, clothing, and giving cell phones to all these people. That's got to cost something, you know? Something. All right, next. I haven't really paid attention to this story in Idaho. Have any of you about the murders in Idaho? Well, apparently, the daughter of serial killer BTK says the Idaho murder suspect might have been in contact with her dad. Wait a minute. Daughter of serial killer BTK says Idaho murders. Oh, this is, oh no. In a chilling twist, Carrie Rawson, daughter of Dennis Rader, known as the BDK serial killer, who served 10 life sentences for murders that stretched over 2 decades, posted a disturbing theory about Idaho quadruple murderer suspect Brian Kohberger. Kohberger was a PhD student in the Criminal Justice and Criminology Department at Washington State University and had studied under famed criminology professor Dr. Catherine Ramsland at DeSales University. Ramsland, who has appeared in more than 200 true crime documentaries, had a 10-year relationship with the BTK killer that culminated in a book she wrote about him. Oh, good Lord. Rawson tweeted out that Dr. Catherine Ramsland was one of Brian Kohberger's professors in criminology studies at DeSales University, where he earned a master's degree last spring. Rawson continued, Ramsland has or did have a close academic relationship and a friendship with my father, Dennis Rader, who is the BDK killer. Ramsland has refused to speak to the media about her connection to Kohberger. This is wild. So anyway, so the Idaho killer might have. Oh, this is written by our friend Megan Fox. Hey, go read this. I'm gonna make sure. Look, I'm gonna put this article at the top of the list today, right under my locals link. Go check out Megan Fox's article on this. In fact, I'm gonna put it in the chat too. Here. Let me put it in the chat of both streams. I like to support Megan Fox whenever I can. So go check out that article on PJ Media. Every click helps her. All right, moving on. What do we got here? Oh, shoot, where was I? Oh, I put that up there. So it's right here. I already did that one. Oh, also, speaking of I'll move this up here too. Speaking of which, the suspect himself, like I said, I haven't followed this that closely. Actually, Megan Fox has been all over this story. She probably has some videos about it too. The suspect, though, he believes he'll be exonerated during court proceedings. Now, remember, this guy he's been studying criminology under the professor who dated BDK for 10 years. Wild. This is wild. Holy shit. Anyway, the Idaho murder suspect is expected to waive his right to have upcoming extradition hearing in front of a judge. According to a new report, it has been more than a month since Kaylee Conclaves, Ethan Chapin, Zaina Kernodle, and Madison Mogan. Can anyone have a name that I can pronounce, please? Were murdered in their home on November 13th. The SWAT team arrested the suspect, who the Daily Wire is not naming in keeping with the policy to deprive mass killers of the notoriety they often crave. On Friday, he was 2,400 miles from the crime scene in the Pocono Mountains in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. The attorney for the suspect told TMZ that his client believes that he will be exonerated, meaning he will likely enter a not guilty plea when he goes in front of a judge. The suspect and his parents are reportedly shocked by his arrest. The report said the suspect told his attorney that he was not on the run and that he and his father had drove the white Hyundai that officials were looking for from Washington to Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago, a plan that they had long had. Heavy.com reported that the suspect, who is pursuing a PhD in criminology at Washington State University's Pullman campus, had conducted a survey seeking to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime, the suspect wrote. The suspect asked criminals to share the thoughts and feelings they had throughout the experience of committing the crime. The survey asked criminals if they had prepared... Okay, I'm stopping right here. Does this have the makings of an amazing although disturbing, TV movie. A criminology student studies under the girlfriend, a former girlfriend of a serial killer, and then goes and commits a murder and leaves that scene, however it was planned. But because he's this criminology student, understands how the whole shebang works and is kind of a cat and mouse about whether or not they can convict him because he's done whatever he needs to do to cover his tracks. I mean, it sounds like the plot of a movie. It's kind of crazy. If he did it, I hope they convict him if they can prove that he did it. This is crazy, though. It's just crazy. Hello, Shady Grin. What's up? Nice to see you. What a wild scenario. Okay, let's see what else. I'm almost done. not really. There's an oh, good God. So I probably should just save this. I'm not going to go through this. I'm going to just show you a headline and let you know it's going to be in the description. The question is, could the jab make you sicker the next time you run into the virus? New research says maybe. Oh, even the Washington Post had to admit an analysis of CDC data showed a majority of patients dying with or of COVID are now vaccinated. Once the paper announced this fact, it provided a reason for and some advice. Vaccine efficacy wanes over time. Therefore, you get your boosters. Unfortunately, new studies offer evidence that additional boosters are the perfect solution. I'm not reading that line. Anyway, go read this article. I'm going to leave it at that. I could probably drop YouTube and do strictly Rumble right now, but I'm not going to. Let's see. Oh, and by the way, there is a far left health advocacy group that is called People CDC, calling for continued mask mandates. Anyone want to join in continued mask mandates across the country? Anybody feeling that? Any of you? I ain't feeling it. It's called far left. It's called Borderline Marxist Group, calling itself, quote, the People's CDC, has called for more radical coronavirus policies like indefinite mask mandates and social distancing, charging that America's relaxed pandemic policies stem from a, wait for it, racist eugenics impulse beholden to corporate interests. Yeah! Of course. Profiled at length in the New Yorker, the People's CDC can be best described as a ragtag coalition of academies, doctors, activists, emphasis on activists, and artists who believe that the government has left them to fend for themselves. Founded by Mindy Thompson, Fully Love, a professor of urban policy and health at the New School, the group has thousands of supporters who receive weekly newsletters and emails highlighting the latest pandemic trends while advocating stricter policies. I'll bet you $1 to a donut that Taylor Lorenz is getting those emails, because boy, does she like to talk about long COVID and her terrible experience of having long COVID and whatever, even though she's just a stupid, terrible bitch. Anyway, the People's CDC is also receiving funding from organizations like the Kresge Foundation and the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, a highly influential health philanthropy. Though Fully Love did not specify if the group has any supporters within the actual Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, member Edgar Rivera Colon, I'll call him Colon because he's probably an asshole, said in a recent webinar that they have comrades that are within the CDC. Oh, comrades now. Oh, isn't that special? That's some special language. You got some comrades over in the CDC that are within the CDC who are saying to us, go ahead with your bad selves. No, that's exactly what the article says. Go ahead with your bad selves. Well, they say ahead. I'm using, melanated vernacular. Which it's already melanated vernacular, but the way Breitbart read it like this: go ahead with your bad selves, when it's really go ahead with your bad self. I'm just clarifying. Okay. While the group puts up science-oriented front on its website, the rhetoric from some of its top members suggests Marxist leaning. Oh, you don't say. I can't imagine that there's some Marxist tendencies from a group like this. Oh, good God. For instance, not only does the group claim that the CDC relaxed pandemic policies to appease corporate interests under President Joe Biden's leadership, but it also suggests that those relaxed policies have a racist intent, per the New Yorker. And I'm going to finish with just this part, because this is part that's most important, because, with every disease and snafu and every unfortunate happening in our society, people like myself, people of color, and indigenous, BIPOC, black and indigenous people of color, we are always the most affected by everything. So here's what here's what they say per the New Yorker, and I'll finish with this couple paragraphs on this and move on, because this is crazy. I should have some. No, I won't. I was going to put some music to this because it might be worth it, but I'm just going to read it to you. The People's CDC strongly supports mask mandates, and they have called on federal, state, and local governments to put them back in place, arguing that the vaccine-only strategy promoted by the CDC is insufficient. The group has noted that resistance to masks is most common among white people.
You're fucking a white male!
At Lucky Tran, who organizes the coalition's media team, recently tweeted a YouGov survey supporting this and wrote that a lot of anti-mask sentiment is deeply embedded in white supremacy. Of course. This kind of accusation is common for the People's CDC. Their messaging has the unmistakable, having a little trouble there, little Joe Biden flashback, unmistakable inflection. Wait a minute. Isn't inflection one of those words? Isn't it inflection? Wait, hold up. Let me go back here. Make sure I know where I'm at. Inflection. There's the words. What's on the words? The words. Where's the one on words? Yes. Right here. Inflection. Oh, inflection point. That's close. He said the word inflection. That's one of those words you're not supposed to use. Where am I? All right, here we go. This kind of accusation is common for the people CDC. Their messaging has an unmistakable inflection of activist speak, marked by a willingness to make eye-popping claims about the motivations of politicians, corporations, and anyone in power. To name it clearly, the CDC policies are eugenic. The Weather Report team wrote in August, they rely on and promote the indefensible claim that disabled and elderly, poor and working class people are disposable, unworthy of care, and unworthy of participation in society. Eugenics policies have had a long and ugly history commonly associated with the Nazis, white supremacists, and others who advocate for racial purification of humanity. I ask still whether she truly believes that the CDC is eugenicist along these lines. Quote, just because a charge is difficult or impactful doesn't make it a wrong charge, she said. Well... Or it's just a charge that gets thrown about like candy at a parade. I'm just saying. Anyway, not having mask mandates is racist because I don't want to look at your ugly white mug. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's move on. What else? Kamala Harris requiring COVID tests for anyone over 2 years old to participate in the Senate swearing-in photos. Oh, God. So this is just this is some COVID madness. Vice President Kamala Harris, that would be her right there, the woman who got horizontal to make her career go vertical. Vice President Kamala Harris is requiring any senator or family member or guest of a senator wishing to take a photo with her at Tuesday's swearing-in ceremony for the new Congress to have a negative coronavirus test taken within 24 hours of the picture. Breitbart News has learned. The United States Senate Sergeant at Arms Protocol Office blasted out a message on Thursday that to all Senate offices, noting that Harris's office is requiring the coronavirus test before taking photos with the vice president. I wonder if they're going to force her to take that test. This is an awful long article just to tell you that, but yeah. So, well, that's, I guess, it's her prerogative. She doesn't want to get COVID. It's her prerogative. Don't take. I was going to say something about take your hat off because you can't wear a lid. Anyway, that's her prerogative. It's rather silly. I'm sure it's funny because masks are performative with her, if you haven't noticed. She wears them very selectively at very selective times, but then you see her in other pictures where she's around hundreds of people not wearing a mask and partying like a rock star. All right. Anyone remember the disease known as monkeypox? Anyone heard of that? Because when was the last time you heard about monkeypox? Remember the new pandemic that was coming, the monkeypox? Until they figured out it was basically it was transmitted in a way that most of us don't participate. I'm just saying. I'm not knocking the people who participate in that. That's their thing. You just keep that shit over there. But that wasn't the problem with the monkeypox scare. They wanted to be like, everybody's going to get monkeypox. And, the big problem, though, is when a couple kids got monkeypox and a dog got monkeypox, because we know how you get monkeypox for the most part. And I'm wondering why there was 2 kids who got monkeypox. And why? I want to know why. And how'd the dog get monkeypox? I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me, okay? Anyway, monkeypox, we hardly knew ye, is an article in Legal Insurrection. Despite woke rebranding and manipulated data, caseloads have declined dramatically from last summer's high. We look forward to 2023. It's worthwhile to check in on the news related to monkeypox, which has been rebranded Mpox because, of course, of woke antics in global and national public health organizations. So it's Mpox, not monkeypox, because, again, monkeypox, despite it being a hot topic this summer, Mpox has nearly disappeared from the media spotlight. However, there were a few bits of information that have recently been published that are worth looking at. One of the big lessons that should have been learned in the wake of many COVID pandemic response failures is not to promote narrative science and to denounce flawed studies. However, it turns out British officials included trans women in the count of females infected with monkeypox. Oh, Lord. Health officials have been accused of sacrificing science to political correctness by including trans women in official figures for females infected with monkeypox. After last spring's outbreak of the disease, UK Health Security Agency started publishing epidemiological overviews detailing the total number of infections to date. The latest, published on December 20th, states that 3,706 confirmed or highly probable cases where gender information was available. 3,653 out of 3,706 were men, and 53 were women. But questioning last week by the Mail on Sunday, the UK HSA admitted that the 53 figures includes both cis and transgender women. Nowhere within the 31 epidemiological overviews that the UK HSA, I can't say that very well. It doesn't roll off the tongue. I'm so used to saying USA, not UK HSA. The overviews that they published since June, is it revealed that the figures for women also include cases affecting trans women. The technical briefing published in September states, Of 45 cases who were women aged 16 and above, 16 out of 44, 36%, with available information were transgender women. So they were males who dress like female, or produce, or whatever, present as female, present as women, because female and male is sex. Women and man, and their rules, not mine, because I don't subscribe to that, but they were males. Interesting. Now, such manipulation is dangerous. Not only does it distort correct risk assessment results, but also prevents people from obtaining the truth about the true modes of transmission. Sex between men was fueling the monkeypox outbreaks. A growing body of evidence supports that sexual transmissions, particularly through the seminal fluids, is occurring with the current MPX outbreak, aka monkeypox. Said Dr. That's how that looks to me. Medical director of the University of Chicago Sexual Wellness Clinic, referring to monkeypox and to recent studies that found the virus in semen. Consequently, scientists told MS. Anyway, you get the point. They were fucking fudging the numbers to be politically correct. So, in the words of Bo Diddley, the famous rockabilly rock pioneer, fuck that shit. Okay. All right, let's move on. Why did I open this one? Oh, no. Is this the one? I'm going to leave it. There'll be an article in the tab about how at a university, Southern Utah University, has eliminated bias reporting option that allowed any student to anonymously squelch dissent. Let's check this out, because this is First Amendment shit, and I like this kind of stuff. So this is from a site called Behind the Black. It's mostly talking about how people get canceled and things like that. After receiving a legal threat for violating the First Amendment rights of its students, Southern Utah University eliminated a quote, bias reporting, end quote, option on its website that allowed any student to anonymously squelch dissent simply because he or she did not like what the other person said. Now, here's the details. Did I say good morning, Jaeger Pony? My favorite Canadian. I see you there. And also Scrappy, what's up? Southern Utah University removed a tab from its campus safety website where students and officials could report alleged bias or hate incidents after the Southeastern Legal Foundation, a nonprofit legal group, challenged that it violates the students' right to free speech. SLF confirmed to the Daily Caller News Foundation. SUU defined a reportable incident as a form of expression or action that is motivated wholly or in part by prejudice or bias, which may not rise to the level of criminal activity or illegal or prohibited discrimination, but its effect is to discriminate, demean, embarrass, assign, stereotype, harass, or exclude individuals based on characteristics or status. According to an archived version of the website, non-criminal reports were relayed to the Office of Human Resources or the Dean of Students' office. So here's what happened. The original website with the bias incident tab is archived. And there's a link to it in the article. The language in that tab was incredibly vague and gave university officials the right to punish anyone for practically anything they said. Okay, so students would report that someone said something mean about me, and the university could punish you for that, based on accusations that could even be anonymous. The university's official website no longer includes the tab, but if you are a student at Southern Utah University, you should still be prepared to be sanctioned if you publicly disagree with any leftist or queer. First, the website still allows students to make accusations anonymously, as noted at the bottom of every tab. Any report can be made anonymously using Ethics Point, which links to a web page providing the ability to make accusations on a totally confidential and anonymous basis. Second, the university still allows complaints using very similar and vague guidelines under its discrimination tab. Here's a quote. Discrimination is Discrimination is partiality or bias in the treatment of a person or group that is unfair or illegal. one can be subject to unfair treatment that is not illegal under university policy or state or federal law. An example would be being treated unfairly because someone doesn't like you or because of your political affiliations. Discrimination in violation of university policy is treating someone differently based on a protected class. So no white people allowed being, white people cannot complain. A protected class is a group of people protected under discrimination by the university policy or by state and federal law. At Southern Utah University, the protected classes are color, race, ethnicity, national origin, age, religion, disability, veteran status, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and genetic information. Complaints also may be filed for harassment, including sexual harassment and retaliation. Now, the likelihood of this university protecting any conservatives, if they are treated unfairly because someone doesn't like you or because of your political affiliations, is slim to none. These rules are there solely to protect the left and its allies in the queer community and to silence any dissent by conservatives. Nonetheless, the effort of the Southern Legal Foundation, in this case, did bear some fruit. Southern Utah University has recognized it was legally liable and took action to reduce its liability. The administration also now probably realizes that if it abuses the rules it has kept in place, such as the discrimination rules above, it is being watched and will be caught doing so. So good. Someone's paying attention, and snitches get stitches. Okay. No, they don't. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Did I say that out loud? No. I did not say that. All right. I said 1 o'clock, but I'm probably going to be 1:30 here. Oh, this is weird. Trump blames the Republican losses on abortion. I blame it on Mitch McConnell. I blame it on establishment Republicans who did not support candidates that they didn't like. And they didn't really lose in the midterm. Other than one Senate seat, they did lose. They gained seats in the House, but there should have been more. And part of it is that the uniparty Republicans, I'll call them, the uniparty Republicans did not want to support the Trump-backed Republicans. And so, especially in the Senate races, Mitch McConnell, instead of trying to get the majority, he basically spent all his money to protect an Alaska senator who was running against another Republican. So I blame Mitch McConnell. But anyway, former President Donald Trump said it wasn't my fault Republicans underperformed in the midterms because the abortion issue was poorly handled. Well, Lindsey Graham did go out as soon as Roe versus Wade was overturned and said, we need a national law prohibiting abortion. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was riling up Democrats. So that wasn't helpful at all. But Trump posted on a Truth Social platform Sunday about why Republicans didn't live up to expectations in the midterm. Quote, "It wasn't my fault that the Republican Party didn't live up to expectations in the midterms. It was 233 to 20. It was the abortion issue, poorly handled by many Republicans, especially those that firmly insist on no exceptions." Okay, now, which one of those were that ran? I'm just curious. Donald Trump, man with the funny hair, which one of those ran on a no exceptions platform? Sure. Was it Dr. Oz? Oh, no. Dr. Oz is pro-choice. Was it Herschel Walker? Well, I don't know what Herschel Walker's position is on abortion. Probably similar to more similar to most Georgians than Ralph Warnock. I don't know about that. What about in Arizona? Now, I don't know about that. You know, the problem is, because they won most of the races, that most of Donald Trump's endorsements did win, okay? Just not the Senate ones, okay? Which Mitch McConnell did not want those people in because Mitch McConnell would lose power within his own party. He would rather be in the minority and be in power than be in the majority and possibly lose his power. That's the Mitch McConnell way. He's a uniparty Republican, okay? But it was, I don't think it was, I mean, yes, the abortion issue was, I'll tell you what, Democrats milked that like a fucking herd of cattle in Wisconsin, but I don't think that was the issue. I think the lack of support from the Republican National Committee, from the RCCC, was it Republican Congressional Campaign Committee, and Mitch McConnell in the Senate Campaign Committee is why. All right. So I'm here's one of those instances where I disagree with the guy with the funny hair. Moving on. This is wild. So a court is forcing a Jewish university to go against Torah teaching. Torah is I'll say is the Torah and the Bible the same thing? I don't think so. Torah is the rule book kind of, and then they also have the Bible. Anyway, a New York Court of Appeals has reaffirmed a previous Supreme Court order that Yeshiva University must recognize the Yeshiva University Pride Alliance as an official university organization and granted all privileges as such despite the university's pushback. The motion filed on December 15th by the Supreme Court of the State of New York Appellate Division, First Judicial Department, states that they reject the contention that recognizing the Pride Alliance as a student club violates yeshiva's freedom of expression and association. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. They reject listen to this sentence. The sentence itself, this is a quote. They reject the contention that recognizing the Pride Alliance as a student club violates yeshiva's freedom of expression and association. Make that sentence make sense. Torah and the Talmud. Yeah, I get it mixed up. Make that sentence make sense. So you're forcing them to recognize the Pride Alliance. Wouldn't your freedom of expression and association allow you to not recognize the Pride Alliance? You're being forced to association. Holy shit. It also says that yeshiva does not qualify as a university with religious exemption, a right that would allow them the freedom to refuse to recognize the club. Are any of you familiar with Yeshiva University? Basically, university of mostly Orthodox Jews, following Jewish principle, does not qualify as a university with religious exemption. Hanan Eisenman, a Yeshiva University spokesman, told Campus Reform that Yeshiva is disappointed in the court's ruling and will continue to appeal to defend against the claim that we are not a religious institution. Yeshiva, do you know what yeshiva means? Yeshiva means, isn't that a word for Jewish? Oh no, yid is Jewish. But anyway, it's a division of Judaism. It's named after a kind of a sect of Judaism. It's like if someone said if someone had a university called Lutheran University, okay, it's a sect of Christianity. Yeshiva, oh my God, it's unbelievable. The motion by the New York Appeals Court affirmed the original ruling of the lower court on June 24th. This currently the latest update in the ongoing struggle between Yeshiva University and the legal system. First reported on September 7th when Yeshiva was sued by the YU Pride Alliance and filed for an injunction to pause the original court ruling. Though the court recognized and granted the injunction on September 9th, as reported by Campus Reform, the case quickly changed course. On September 14th, another ruling forced Yeshiva University to formally recognize the club and grant the YU Pride Alliance the same privileges as every other university organization. Yeshiva responded by announcing that they would be temporarily suspending all student groups on its campus in a September 16th email. However, Through the motion filed on December 16th, Yeshiva is being forced yet again to recognize the YU Pride Alliance despite its best efforts to avoid doing so. Again, listen to this sentence. They reject the contention that recognizing the Pride Alliance as a student club violates Yeshiva's freedom of expression and association.
Wow.
That's quite the sentence right there. So you're forcing them to associate. All right. Remember people used to complain about Donald Trump golfing a lot? Well, I'm not even going to I'm just going to show you the headline. Biden spent nearly 40% of 2022 in Delaware, Camp David, or on vacation. Now, look, I don't care. Remember, the president's job is a fairly mobile job, and you can take the job with you. So you know what? I don't think this is a terrible, terrible thing. But the precedent, and I don't mean president, the precedent has been set to criticize any president who isn't at the White House at least 50 weeks of the year. You get a 2-week vacation and that's all. You can't spend any vacation time. You can't have any leisure time. You can't be away from the White House because, God forbid that, President Trump played some golf while he was president. Yeah. So that's that. You can read the article yourself. I'm going to move right on from there. Let's see. Oh, but this brings us into Biden's top 10 blunders of 2022 that proves he's in cognitive decline. Let's see. I'm just going to skip the preamble. He forgets what year it is. Let's watch this one.
Please take advantage of what's available. There's a lot of reason to be hopeful in 2020. But for God's sake.
Yeah, that was January 4th, 2022 that he said that. There's a lot of reason to be hopeful in 2020. Number 2, Biden cusses out Fox journalist on a hot mic. Hot mic caught Biden calling Fox News' Peter Doocy a stupid son of a bitch during a White House photo op on January 2022. Do you think inflation is a political liability in the midterms? Doocy asked reporters who were rushed to the exit. It's a great asset. More inflation, Biden said. What a stupid son of a bitch. Biden calls for regime change in Russia, and he meant it. This is one of those walk back
For
moments.
God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
The White House walked that back. Hardly a slip of the tongue. One of Biden's most problematic statements came from in March when he publicly called for the regime change in Russia. It was, for God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. He just meant that he's not allowed to have the remote, and he must give the remote to his wife when they're watching TV in the parlor. That's all Biden meant by that. Okay, this one, when Biden read the script a little too closely, he was reading the teleprompter. Here's Joe Biden pulling what's the guy from Anchorman? What was that name? Someone tell me the name of the anchor in Anchorman. He's pulling an Anchorman here.
Power. It is noteworthy that the percentage of women who register to vote and cast a ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so. End of quote. Repeat the line. Women are not without electoral.
See her eyes blink. She's trying not to laugh, and this guy back here kind of put a little grin. Here it is. Watch it again. Watch their faces.
Ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so. End of quote. Repeat the line. Women are not without electoral
They're trying so hard not to laugh.
Maybe precise, not or political power. That's another way of saying that you, the women of America, can determine the outcome.
Okay, so repeat the Ron Burgundy. He did a Ron Burgundy. Thank you, DI Fred Watcher. I appreciate it. Next one. Biden falsely claims that he had cancer.
And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer. And
that's why I and so many other people have cancer. Does Joe Biden have cancer? Does he have cancer? but then the White House physician rushed to release a statement clarifying that Biden, in fact, does not have cancer. POTUS clearly misspoke. From the White House physician, President Biden remains a healthy, vigorous 78-year-old male. Well, I don't know about being vigorous, but I guess he's healthy for an 88-year-old guy, even though he's only, how old is he? 78? He's super healthy for an 88-year-old guy, though. Let's see. Biden says American troops are selfish. Oh, this was not good. Can I watch this here?
We'll always honor the bravery and selflessness of and sacrifices.
Okay, so that was just a slip of the tongue. But still. Biden calls the Holocaust honorable. During a visit to Israel, Biden claimed he was there to, quote, keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust. What? And continue, which we must do every day, to continue to bear witness, to keep alive the truth and honor of the Holocaust. Oh, yeah, we already said that. And then he later corrected himself, saying the horror of the Holocaust. He said the honor of the Holocaust. Well, that's weird. Also, this was the best one, though. This is when he said, well, let's hear it is. Let me explain this after he says it.
I want to thank all of you here for including bipartisan elected officials like Representative Governor, Senator Braun, Senator Booker, Representative Jackie. Are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here to help make this a reality.
Okay, so Jackie in that statement was Representative Jackie Walorski, who died in a car crash in August, and this speech was in September. And in fact, Joe Biden had already memorialized Jackie in another speech a month earlier. So he seemed to, that's guy telling the guy in the wheelchair to stand up too. Now then they have some of, and here's how White House Press Secretary Karine Latrine Jean-Pierre tried to brush it off.
I just wanted to return to this question of the Congresswoman, and I think
congressional champions in particular of this issue, this important issue when it comes to food insecurity, something that this administration has led on from the beginning of this administration, not just across the country, but also globally. You heard him talk about food insecurity.
Okay, she just babbles on and on and on and brushes off the question. I'm not even going to try that. She said, claimed that Biden had Walorski and his family on his mind. So, and then let's see, mental focus, word salad. Let's try this one. He's Biden is particularly fond of people questioning his cognitive abilities and his attempts to convince Americans he's mentally equipped for office or even walk in a park falls short. Okay, here it is. Let's just watch this one. How would you say?
You are the oldest president ever.
Pretty good shape, huh?
Which leads to my next question. You are more aware of this than anyone. Some people ask whether you are fit for the job. And when you hear that, I wonder what you think.
Watch me.
Watch me.
I mean, honest to God, that's all I think. Watch me.
If
you think I don't have the energy level or the mental acuity, then that's one thing. It's another thing of just watching and keep my schedule. Do
yes,
what I'm doing.
We've been watching you. We've been watching you.
I don't, when I sit down with our NATO allies and keep them together, I don't have them saying, wait a minute, well, how old are you? What did they say? I mean, it's a matter of, that old expression, the proof of the pudding's in the eating. I mean, I respect the fact that people would say, you're old. But I think it relates to how much energy you have and whether or not the job you're doing is one
he still has
consistent
questions,
with
though.
what
He's still
any
gonna have
person of any age would be able to do.
How would you say your mental focus is?
Oh, it's focused. I have trouble even saying to myself my own head the number of years. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. I mean, it's just not.
What?
I haven't
what the hell does that
anything
say?
In terms of
what is he saying?
They're not things I.
Okay. I no more think of myself as old as I am than fly. Maybe he thinks he used to dance with Jennifer Lopez as part of the Fly Girls back on In Living Color. I don't know what the hell that means. And then during an interview the following month, Biden appeared to fall asleep mid-answer.
I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention. My intention to run again. And we have time to make that decision.
Dr. Biden is for it.
Hello?
Mr. President.
Mr. President, wake up! Wake
Dr.
up!
Biden thinks...
Don't! Wake up! Wake up! And then him getting lost on stage. We won't play that one. But anyway, these are all funny. This is our president of the United States. I have no, I'm sure Biden is a good family man and takes care of whatever. Now in 2023, there's going to be a rare kickoff. Apparently, Joseph Rahim Biden is going to make a rare joint appearance with the Uniparty Republican, also known as Mitch McConnell, also known as the Turtle, also known as Cocaine Mitch, also notice the guy who talks like this and has a gravel in his mouth when he's talking. President Joe Biden's first big trip of the year is set to feature a rare appearance with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. An event scheduled for Wednesday in Kentucky is expected to focus on the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure package Biden signed into law last year, according to CNN. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was one of Biden's first major legislative victories as a president. Money machines go brrr, brrr. Biden will be joined not only by McConnell, but also Senator Sherrod Brown, Democrat from Ohio, Governor Andy Beshear, Democrat Kentucky, Governor Mike DeWine, Republican Ohio, per the White House. The bipartisan event is taking place on the Kentucky side of the Cincinnati area. The Associated Press reported. This follows a recent announcement that Kentucky and Ohio will get $1.6 billion for a project near Cincinnati meant to relieve the heavy congested Brent Spence Bridge used for travelers and freight traffic crossing the Ohio River. Now, I'm just going to give you an interesting aside. I had a relative way back. We've done that. My grandmother's, I want to say great grandmother, maybe, was born a slave in Kentucky. And at that time, there's stories about a white man who came around and often brought gifts and food to the family that lived in whatever the shack on the plantation. And she had very fair skin. And one day, some people came and took her into Ohio. And she ended up living with a family in Ohio of freedmen. Okay. And so, and then, the white man still that used to come and give gifts and food and whatever when she was on the slave side of the state line, still continued to do that. Until one day there was sadness in the home and the man no longer came around, but apparently had left money for the girl to be clothed and food and move on in life. And so what my grandmother says is that it was her grandmother, basically was born a slave. Her father was white. They smuggled her out of slavery and allowed her to live in the free side in Ohio. And that's just an interesting part of my family tree, which made me think of that because she lived near Cincinnati, which is basically right across the state line from Kentucky. So I don't know why I thought I'd tell that story. I just thought it was an interesting part of my family history. So this is my adopted family, though. So these aren't my natural parents. This is my adopted family. All right. I got a couple more and then I got to get out of here. Let's see. From legal intersection. Oh, do you know that in Oregon, there are counties in Oregon that are voting to secede from the state of Oregon and become a part of the state of Idaho. This is very fascinating. I think we've talked about this before. Eastern Oregon County sets to vote to secede, becoming the 12th to join the Greater Ohio movement. In related news, Oregon population declines for the first time in 30 years, and state economists warns of significant revenue loss. Okay, the last time I reported on the Greater Idaho movement, whose goal is to obtain enough signatures and election success to persuade Oregon, Idaho, and the federal government to allow 15 counties to leave a blue state for a red one without having to move, 2 counties were slated to vote on the issue November 8th. Votes were tallied, and the Greater Idaho movement has expanded. 2 more eastern Oregon counties have reportedly voted in favor of the Greater Idaho movement. Its purpose is to convince state legislators to move the Oregon-Idaho border, turning conservative counties of Oregon into counties of Idaho. In Wednesday's news release, the movement said it had seen a victory in Morrow and Wheeler counties, clinching 60% and 58% of the votes as of that morning, respectively. At the present time, 11 counties have officially approved the measure. Now a 12th is poised to take the vote on the issue. Earlier this week, the Greater Ohio Movement submitted a petition that could potentially add its ballot initiative to Wallowa County's ballot in May 2023. Greater Ohio advocates are pushing for the states of Oregon and Idaho to move their borders so that Oregonians who live in more conservative counties can be part of Idaho, which has historically been dominated by Republican voters. According to Oregon's election division, new measures are placed on ballots as long as the petition received enough valid signatures. If Greater Idaho's petition is successful and makes it onto the ballot, Wallowa counties could be the 12th Oregon county out of the 15 included in the proposal. A vote in favor of moving the state lines. Wheeler, Klamath, Harney, and Malheur counties are among the counties who have supported the movement in past elections. And it appears the separation could be amicable. The movement volunteers are asking Oregon Senate President nominee Robert Wagner to allow a hearing on their bill in January. The bill would invite Idaho to begin talks with Oregon on the potential of moving the border. A January 2022 Survey USA poll showed that 68% of northwestern Oregon voters thought that the Oregon legislature should hold hearings on the idea, and only 20% opposed it. The poll found that a mere 3% of such voters think keeping eastern and southern Oregon in the state is worth the cost. The movement estimates the cost at $500 per northwestern Oregonian wage earner annually. So that's fascinating. It could happen. Oh, hello, Alyssa. Wow, my dad, famous enough to have trolls now. Oh, where's my troll? Who was my troll? I wasn't paying attention. Do we have a troll come through? Yeah, I mean, I do have trolls, but they're not. Well, I don't necessarily consider Mike a troll. He's just a guy who, he's very adamant about his left positions, but I'm not sure who the troll here. By the way, good morning or good afternoon, Alyssa. Nice to see you. Everyone say hi to my lovely daughter. Just the normal Discord. Oh, I see. People are just arguing in there. I got you. Okay. All right. I got to finish up here. I got a couple more, and then we're going to get the heck out of Dodge. So, let's see. What's this one? No, I'm skipping that. I don't care. Let's see. Let's close Ace. Oh, now this is not good. Well, it's good. Well, no, it's not good. Am I frozen? Okay, there we go. There's a new report out talking about Medicaid. Apparently, Medicaid enrollees to hit 100 million in March, nearly a third of the population. The Foundation for Government Accountability reported this week that enrollment in Medicaid will reach about 100 million in about 76 days based upon its enrollment countdown clock. However, the FGA also reported that an amendment in the omnibus spending bill will allow states to reevaluate who is eligible for Medicaid, and that 21 million enrollees currently are considered to be ineligible. Because of the COVID pandemic and federal legislation on Medicaid coverage, the number of enrollees in the program substantially increased, according to the FGA, and states that were barred from redetermining who is eligible, or states were barred from redetermining who is eligible for Medicaid for 2 years. So that's probably why that 100 million mark could get hit. Medicaid is a federal and state funded program that helps pay the health care costs of individuals and families who are poor and low income brackets. States have a broad discretion in determining who's eligible or not for Medicaid. The amendment in the omnibus bill will allow states to restart eligibility checks in their Medicaid programs starting on April 1st, reported the FGA, a nonprofit state think tank. Currently 96 million and change Americans are enrolled in Medicaid, and that number is expected to hit 100 million in about 2 months. But I think, right after that, right after that, in April is when they'll be able to, each state will be able to reevaluate, and I'm pretty sure those rolls will be dropping. But still, a third of the country, almost a third of the country enrolled in Medicaid. As long as look, I'm not a fan of state-funded healthcare, but if it's if it saves people, I guess you have to have it. People who can't afford it themselves, but as long as it's not abused, which I know Medicaid's not necessarily one that's abused. Other hammock programs are greatly abused, but anyway, the problem with Medicaid is a lot of places don't take Medicaid, and it's an interesting dilemma. Let's just say, just so to speak. All right. But I don't know enough of what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to shut up now. The last three articles, I'm not going to necessarily. This one's just for the headline. It's a quick hit because of what's happening in Canada. Universal health care ends with the government telling you to kill yourself. The assisted suicide in Canada has a lot of people in Canada being suggested that they just end it right now. Today, Canadians are experiencing a 3-word addition to what Ronald Reagan called the 9 most terrifying words in the English language. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help you kill yourself. Soon after the announcement that Canada would expand its medically assisted suicide program to include those with mental illness, the popular Canadian department store chain Simons issued a new advertisement celebrating the policy. Oh my God, we might have to watch this video. The video features a woman saying, "Last breaths are sacred. You just have to be brave enough to see it," over a montage of her being wheeled into places of natural wonder. The department store's logo is featured prominently at the end of the court. Are you serious? We have commercials for assisted suicide? Okay, wait a minute. What? Oh, what? In Canada? Canada, what's going on with y'all? My Canadian friends, speak up, please.
Last breaths are sacred. When I imagine my final days, I see bubbles. I see the ocean. I see music. Even now, as I seek help to end my life, there is still so much beauty. You just have to be brave enough to see it.
I see dead people. Oh my God. Okay, the I see dead people wasn't part of the commercial. I added that. But still, what the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So we're going to start having ads for assisted suicide. Canadians, do you have ads for assisted suicide in Canada? Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to move on because I need to be done here. I need to be done. Oh my God, I need to be done. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to finish with a couple good stories. Well, not good. I mean, just interesting. These are human interest, right? This is human. We're going to finish with a couple of human interest stories. First, well, there's a walrus that found itself wandering into a harbor, and it ruined a fireworks show. Now, this was a New Year's Eve fireworks show. Let's see, where is this happening? I'm gonna forego the headline just so you can be surprised at what happened here. A New Year's fireworks celebration was called off in a seaside Yorkshire town in the United Kingdom, Yorkshire for those who speak English. on Saturday after a walrus decided to take a breather on the harbor's slipway. The walrus, named Thor, wandered into the Scarborough Harbor on Friday, seeking what wildlife experts believe was a rest on the mammal's journey north, Sky News reported. As Thor continued to stay put, the British Divers Marine Life Rescue advised city officials to cancel the festivities over fear that the loud sounds and bright lights could cause distress to the mammal. The outlet continued, quote, "We welcome the decision to call off the fireworks, but understand that some people will be disappointed that the display isn't going to go ahead," Chris Cook from the BDMLR stated per BBC News. "It is extremely rare that an Arctic walrus should come ashore on the Yorkshire coast. The creature needs time to rest and recuperate before it continues its journey. But that's not all the walrus was doing during its stay in Yorkshire." A walrus getting lost, ending up in Scarborough, and then masturbating in public, then having a sleep on the Scarborough Council canceling the New York Eve firework display in case it woke him is the, I don't know what that word is, denouement of 2022. So I'm not going to play the video because, yes, the walrus does seem to be masturbating on the video. Curious onlookers have revealed that Thor has been enjoying some fireworks of his own, during his stint in Scarborough with the hashtag #WankingWalrus making the rounds on social media. You can look up the link and see it for yourself. Yes, it does seem to be. Jeff Edmond, an inspector for the Royal Society of Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, encouraged those spectators to gawk at Thor's hammer from a respectful distance. We understand it's exciting and unusual to have a walrus take up temporary residence. However, it's in his best interest to be left alone as much as possible while he's wanking. That's not what they said. So we're asking people to remember that he is a wild animal and avoid the temptation to get near him and disturb him. Because some of the I can't do it. My daughter's in the chat. I can't say what I'm about to say. Never mind. We would also remind everyone that the walrus is protected under the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, and so disturbing the animal may constitute an offense. It may constitute a mess all over your pants if you get too close. No one knows how far that shit's gonna go. Holy shit, I can't believe it. No, seriously, it'll be one of the last links in the tabs day if you really want to watch a walrus, do his thing. Feel free. It'll be in the tabs. It'll be in the links. I'll update them during the outro. All right, and finally, this one is just an interesting story, and it's just a part of American history. Two great Americans left, Benny Golson and Sonny Rollins, are the two living legends from a famous 1958 photo called A Day in Harlem. So this is the photo right here. Very many, just a rash of famous African-American musicians and artists, a couple white guys in there too. But back in 1958, Esquire magazine tapped Art Kane to photograph jazz greats. The shoot took place at 17 East 126th Street between 5th and Madison Avenue in Harlem. Jazz musicians are by nature an unpredictable lot, but 57 managed to show up. And they give a list of all the listen to this list because you might know some of these names. Red Allen, Buster Bailey, Count Basie, Emmett Berry, Art Blakely, Lawrence Brown, Scoville Brown, Buck Clayton, Bill Crump, Dick Dickinson, Roy Eldridge, Art Farmer, Bud Freeman, Dizzy Gillespie, Tyree Glenn, Benny Golson, Sonny Greer, Jenny Griffin, Gigi Grice, Coleman Hawkins. Oh, wow, Coleman Hawkins was there? J.C. Hurd, J.C. Higginbotham, Milt Hinton, Chubby Jackson, Hilton Jefferson, Joe Thomas, Wilbur Ware, Dickie Wells, George Weddling, Ernie Wilkins, Mary Lou Williams, Lester Young, Ozzie Johnson, Hank Jones, JoJo Jones, Jimmy Jones, Taft Jordan, Max Kaminsky, Gene Krupa, Eddie Locke, Miriam McPartland, Charles Mingus, Miff Mole, Thelonious Monk, Jerry Mulligan, Oscar Pettiford, Rudy Powell, Lucky Roberts, Sonny Rollins, Jimmy Rushing, Pee Wee Russell, Sahib Shahab, Horace Silver, Zutty Singleton, Zuff Smith, Rex Stewart, and Maxine Sullivan. Now, we rolled into 2023, And only two remain, Sonny Rollins and Benny Golson. Golson was born on January 5th, 1929, which makes him 93. Benny is second from the left in the top row. So this is, I can't see him because he doesn't have the whole picture. Wearing glasses, if the name seems unfamiliar, you likely have heard his work. Benny wrote music for MASH, Mission Impossible, and scored several television specials, but that was not his claim to fame. He had it all, according to vibraphonist Terry Gibbs, 98. Very good arranger, very good tenor player. Golson came up through the big bands and formed influential combos such as the Jazz Tet. The tenor man composed tunes such as Whisper Not, Killer Joe. I love that song. And I remember Clifford in memory of Clifford Brown, the great trumpeter who died in a car crash in 1956. Golson's genius at turnarounds comes through in Blues March, Five Step, Spot After Dark, and Along Came Betty, a challenge for any soloist. His compositions have become jazz standards, and Golson remained active in recent years. On that August day in 1958, Sonny Rollins wore sunglasses and stood directly behind pianist Miriam McPartland. Born on September 7th, 1930, Rollins started on alto saxophone but made his mark on tenor. If you put out an album titled Saxophone Colossus, you better have your chops in order. Sonny did on an album on albums such as Way Out West, where he stretches out on cowboy songs and jazz standards alike. His body of work includes Tenor Madness, The Bridge, Alfie, based on his music for the 1966 film with Michael Caine. Rollins' harmonic genius shows up in tunes such as Blue 7, packed full of tritones. On solo, Sonny appears to be painting himself into a corner, but he always escapes and resolves. His compositions, St. Thomas, Air Gin. Oh, Air Gin's a good one too. Sunny Moon for Two, Pent Up House, and Oleo have become jazz standards. Here's the late Michael Brecker, sax soloist on Paul Simon's Still Crazy After All These Years, busting up Oleo based on famous rhythm changes. In similar style, trumpeter Chet Baker and friends do justice to Pent Up House. And I won't play those. Sonny tears up No Kyle, Someday I'll Find You. At the age of 75, he was cranking out multiple choruses of blues, each one fresh and swinging, and performing 2 hours without a stop. By 1958, he'd already earned his place in the famous photo. For information on the others, get the take of Terry Gibbs, who knew many and performed with some. I'll put a link to that too. Coleman Hawkins made Body and Soul famous without ever playing one note of the melody. Tenor Johnny Griffin was scary, and I don't think any tenor players wanted to get on stage with him. Bassist Charles Mingus would explode and hit a few people. He and I got along great. Gibbs worked opposite Thelonious Monk and said that Monk was Monk. Let's put it that way. Monk took the descending minor chords often found in the turnaround and put them up front. In Ask Me Now, the great John Coltrane, not present in the photo, rehearsed long and hard before performing Monk's Trinkle Trinkle. According to Gibbs, okay, I'm going to stop there. But so anyway, yeah, only two of the guys in this photo are still alive. There's a lot of great musicians, man. Some of those names, if you know anything about jazz musicians, this was amazing. Oh, take it easy, Alyssa. See you later. So no, there's plenty of there's some white boys in here. There's all kinds. This is a who's who of the jazz musicians of the time. There's plenty of white boys in there. So anyway, I just thought that was a pretty cool article, and we'll finish with that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time, far beyond time, for me to go. This stream went long. Holy smokes, what am I doing? Uh-oh, what happened here? Why didn't that pop it up? Anyway, I'd like to thank you all for being here today on the Morning Night Live. I hope you had having a good day, or had a good day. If you would be so kind, share the stream after the show, and then share the next one before the show, which is tomorrow, 10 o'clock Eastern, and 9 o'clock Central, as I do Monday through Friday. Hit the like button if you haven't done so. 19 likes, 27 people. Am I that boring? Good God, hit the like button, people. And go do that on Rumble too. I just need the engagement. Give me some engagement, people. And also, if you're watching replay, put a comment in the comment section on anything we talked about today. All right, that's it. I gotta go. My daughter already left. Now I'm gonna go see how Lady Boomer's doing. You all have a wonderful day. My name is P Dog Knight, and I am out of here. Bye. Hey, this is P-Dog Night, and thank you for watching today on the P-Dog Night channel. If you have an observation or remark you'd like to make about this video or my channel, I absolutely welcome you to write it in the comment section down below. I really look forward to hearing from you. And before you go, if you like what you saw but you're not already subscribed, please make sure you hit the subscribe button and definitely click that bell that pops up afterwards so you'll be notified when I post new videos or when we go live. I broadcast my live show, The Morning Night Live, Monday through Friday at 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. A special thank you to all the supporters of this channel who share our videos on social media and who make donations through Streamlabs, YouTube, Venmo, and Cash App, which are all linked in the description down below. Thanks again, and until next time, I'm P-Dog Night, and I'm out of here.